Obviously, the past few weeks we've been doing 2 Smackdown streams, but everything is just all about tonight. We are back in America, land of the tariffs. We are over in America, and it is nice. I gotta be honest, it is nice to just do the one stream. So let's have a look and see what the breakdown is for tonight's Smackdown, and we can then get stuck into some comments and questions and thoughts and theories. So I've already got it queued up. So here we go. Smackdown tonight. CM Punk, Roman Reigns, and Seth Rollins will be live on the show. Braun Strowman takes on Jacob Fatu in a United States title #1 contenders match. B-Fab is looking for payback on Naomi. Rey Fenix is going to make his debut, and Motor City Machine Guns take on DIY in a #1 contenders match. So quite a bit there for us to get our teeth into. Chuck around, throw around. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of people hoping that we get some sort of Wyatt 6 appearance, which we could get. There's been no word that I've seen. No rumours on the streets in regards to a Wyatt 6 appearance, but we could absolutely get something now that we are off that European tour. So, yeah, lots to kind of be excited about, and lots there for us to get our teeth into. So, with that being said, let's go over and grab some of these comments and get them read out. What I want to do is just want to get that set up. Let's move that there. And let's get the speech thing here. And that is going to work an absolute flipping treat. There we go. Right. Let's get some stuff read out. Abdul, you can go up first, bud. Here's Abdul.
Abdul Kabir. Days, if Kevin is unable to compete, would you like to see Punk, Orton, and Seth versus Roman? The winners of the 2 matches fight each other winner challenges for the Wii title at Backlash.
Yeah, so big news today being that, and we did touch on it in Unseen, that one of the matches was struggling. We didn't know what the match was that was struggling, but one of the matches was struggling, and it turns out that it is Orton. Kevin Owens. Looks like Kevin Owens is struggling to make it for WrestleMania. As of right now, he is not out, but he is struggling, and there is every chance they're going to need to pivot. I think your proposal is very interesting. I actually wouldn't be down on that. I wouldn't be down on adding him to that match. I think they're trying to make it really personal between those 3. And so Orton doesn't quite fit in. I mean, obviously, they've all crossed paths with Orton at various times, but there's not really a story there. I don't get the feeling at the moment that they're trying to make that a #1 contenders match, but I really like your proposal. So, yeah, I think there's a good shout there. I very much would make that a #1 contenders match. I very much would. I think it's missing that. I think to have like a big grudge and a big feud between 3 people is a little bit difficult. It's a lot better when it's just 2 people that hate each other. Having like 3 people that all hate each other, that's a lot of stuff to try and cover. That's a lot of stuff to try and like, have we really, I suppose we have dug into Punk and Roman. Obviously we know Seth's got a good hatred with Roman. Seth's got a good hatred with Punk. I think it's the Punk and Roman stuff that I want to dig into more, because they actually were on the same page. Like, they were okay until the elimination at the Royal Rumble. And, you know, obviously there was a bit of beef at Survivor Series, but that hatred doesn't feel too deep to me. So I'd like to flesh that out a little bit more. Maybe we can do that tonight. But yeah, we might need to find an alternative for Kevin because, or for Randy, because Kevin might not make it. Finley said, I just want to say F Project X, pinch of salt for life. Finley, shout out to you. It is funny to me that this new group, and I don't know who it is. You know what I know because it came from an anonymous account. It came from a Project X account. I've had so many people get in touch. I don't know if you've seen the video of Edward, but Edward's kicked off against them as well. So it seems like Project X have kind of kicked up the dust a little bit in our faction game. So yeah, if you are a member, there's a little bit of fun going down over there. Sigmund, shout out to you, my friend. And whoa, Sigmund firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. Sigmund, thank you, my friend. That is so kind. And, I think it's so kind because there's so many people that I think would like to just have a look at that members side, maybe join in on the games, the faction game, the championship, join the member streams, get their name highlighted, all of that stuff. So I think those gifted memberships are always so appreciated. So Sigmund, shout out to you, my friend. That's very, very kind. Very, very kind. I don't know if Sigmund's commented anywhere in the chat. But Sigmund, share your thoughts, my friend. Fire in your thoughts. I'd love to know what you're thinking. I'd love to know what everyone's thinking. We can jump over to Hannah.
Hannah WWE.
Here we go.
Days. A massive SD on deck tonight with your fave Phoenix coming. And no wonder Armstrong is the future of WE and we see her soon. Mm-hmm. So let's hope this SD tickles your spot. Mm. Shout out to you, the Twerk Master.
Mm. Shout out to you, buds. So Callie Armstrong looks really good on Evolve. We watched that on a Wednesday. Really, really like what I'm seeing out of her. She's nothing like crazy. She's not going to be like the next blooming Roman Reigns or whatever, but she's good, and I think she's gonna go on to do some stuff in NXT and maybe eventually the main roster. Big Smackdown tonight, I do agree. Phoenix, yeah. Do you know, funnily enough, of the two out of Penta and Phoenix was the one that I could tolerate a bit better. My issue that I had with Penta was that Penta just kept doing move after move after move after move after move. I wasn't really seeing the selling when he was in AEW. And this was more so in his tag matches. I don't really remember his singles matches, but it was more in his tag matches. It was move, 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 move. There'd be a super kick. He'd do a little bit of a sell, and then it'd be right back to, I'm absolutely fine. Now I'm going to do this. Now I'm going to do this massive move, right? And then I'll do this massive move, and I'll do this massive move, and then I'll do this, and then I'll do this. And honestly, for me, it just became like noise. I wasn't reacting to the moves anymore. Because it was just, there was a lot of stuff all after each other. And I really did not enjoy Lucha Bros matches in AEW. I just found them to be a very impressive showcase. But you might as well just go on, create a move, and just like line up 20 moves in a row, press play. And that's what it was like watching a Lucha Bros match. Now, since he's come into WWE and done singles wrestling and maybe had a word, WWE have had a word, maybe just tweaked a few things, Penta's been brilliant. Like, the Penta that I was worried about is not the Penta I'm seeing in WWE. So I have nothing bad to say about Penta in WWE. This is just not the person that I was fearing. So, brilliant. So, yeah, Rey Fenix is someone that I've still got that same concern about, but actually to a lesser extent, I never felt it was as bad with him. I felt it was more Penta. So, yeah, I'm down for seeing what he brings, to be honest. It's going to be hard, though, because we've got Dragon Lee, we've got Penta, we've got Rey Mysterio. I mean, we've got some really good lucha wrestlers. So what can Rey Fenix do that's going to really grab attention? What can he do that's going to impress? You know, he's going to really be up against it. I feel sorry for him, really. Certainly following Penta. So I think his debut is going to be good. I think we'll be like, yeah. But I don't know that it's going to be mind-blowing because, well, we've just had Penta, haven't we? And Penta's been so impressive that I feel a bit sorry for Rey Fenix. But I love the fact that they're keeping them separate. I love the fact they're not trying to make them the Lucha Bros at this point. Because as I said, I had my concerns with that. But I don't know, perhaps those concerns were unfair. You know, perhaps they were just wrestling a more AEW style. And, you know, maybe that was never going to be what they would do in WWE. So I'm just being brutally honest. As people know, it's nothing I've not said before, but no, Penta's been awesome since he came in. And we'll see tonight, won't we, what Phoenix can bring. It's Bryn again, said Project X has given us all trust issues. Crying face emoji. Mackenzie said, I would love a feud with Carrion and Malachi. Mackenzie, it's Bryn again. Finley, I'm sorry for your trust issues, but shout out to all of you. Carl, let's see what Carl's got to say.
Carl Schaefer. Days, I would rather see Lucha Bros instead of Motor City Machine Guns. Mm-hmm. Similar style, but guns are about 7 to 8 years too late coming.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't have any criticisms. I mean, I'm not a Motor City Machine Guns fan per se because I never watched them outside of WWE. So for me, I have no emotional connection to them. I have no like warm feelings towards them. I only judge on what I'm seeing. And I mean, look, they're a good, tidy tag team. They've not blown my mind. They've not set the world on fire. I think they're good. You can tell they've been a tag team and they've worked together. They've got a few, like, you know, tag team moves that you can tell that they've teamed together. I just think we did them dirty by not putting them in NXT. I really think with Motor City Machine Guns, the WWE fans would probably warm to them better if we kind of knew a bit about them and we had time to like connect with them. And I just don't think we've done any of that work. And it's hard to get time on the main roster. It's going to be hard to give them the time that they need for people to have that connection. So I feel a bit sorry for them. I don't know if it was their choice, but I feel like the right choice would have been to gone to NXT first and then kind of worked their way. But then, you know, look at Penta. It's worked for Penta. But then I think Penta's character is so OTT. You know, he's wearing a mask. He's got, like, the bits of his face you can see are painted. He's got his little walk that he does. He's got the Zero Miedo. Like, he's got a lot of stuff that is kind of, you know, bringing to grab attention. So perhaps that has massively helped kind of get that connection with the audience. So, yeah, interesting. I'm sure we'll get the Lucha Bros eventually. Just looks like they're going to have them doing separate things at first. Right, Jeremy. Shout out to you, buds.
Member, please keep Penta and Phoenix away from each other.
Yeah.
Treat them the same like Jay and Jimmy. Penta is going for the IC title at Mania.
Yeah, I agree. I don't mind with them eventually coming together because, to be honest, I'm so impressed with Penta and the fact that it is just not what I was expecting. The part of me is actually wondering, like, does that mean that the tag team wouldn't be what I'm expecting? Would it be that the tag team in WWE is not the same as the one that I was watching in AEW? So a part of me is like, I'm down for seeing Lucha Bros at some point, but yeah, I'm with you. I'd much rather just see them separate at the moment. Hasib, hope you well.
Hassan. Days, what if Sammy returns tonight, turns heel, attacks Randy, and faces Orton at Mania, cuss? He wants to make this right with Kevin for some random reason lol haven't seen Sami since Kevin beat him.
Could go that way, yeah. I mean, it would be I suppose you could have Sammy coming back saying he's thought about it, Kevin was right, and I suppose you could do that, and then you could have Sammy as the replacement. That then turns Sammy heel, If Jay wins the title, that would set them up for a collision. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, to be honest, we are potentially about to go down some roads that we weren't expecting with Kevin being injured. So we might have to do some bold moves, might have to do something like that. So, yeah, we could go that way. It would be a little bit of a tough pill to swallow, to be honest, but we could go that way.
Connor Rigby. Days, do you see any of these returns at WrestleMania? Aleister Black, Kairi Sane, Asuka, Big E, Wyatt Six, Rusev and Lana, Becky Lynch, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Do you agree on any of those returns?
Alistair, I think, is after on the 25th. Kairi, she's back training, but can't see where she would fit in. I suppose Asuka's meant to be May. Kairi, I don't know. Haven't heard a return on Kairi. I wouldn't expect her. So no to Alistair, no to Kairi, no to Asuka, no to Big E. Wyatt Six, I think, have got a chance, but maybe we get an answer on that tonight. Maybe we make some progress, which I know people are desperate for. Rusev and Lana, I don't know. I mean, the last I heard was that it was going to be later in the year for Miro, but then he was at the headquarters, like, putting plans in place. So I would say Miro has got a chance, yes. I would say Wyatt Six, Miro. You can't really rule Becky out. I think Becky's got a chance as well. Stone Cold has got a chance. He's going to be at WWE Worlds. So I would say no to Alistair, no to Kairi, no to Asuka, no to Big E. But then I would say Wyatt Six, Miro, Becky, and Steve Austin. I think those ones have a chance personally. No, well, I mean, Steve Austin's going to be there at WWE Worlds. And he said if Cody needs him, he'll be there.
Ryan Peters. With Kevin Owens possibly not making it to Mania, could they run Orton versus the Wyatt's Alexa?
I don't think so. I think trying to build that in the couple of weeks we've got is not wise. That story, I think, is too deep. I think that story's too rich. I think, and plus also Orton is a face, so you'd have to turn him heel. For the Wyatts to go after him, you're going to want the crowd to be with the Wyatts, aren't you? So I sort of, if I was in creative, I would not do that. Because I think you're going to have to turn Randy heel. You're then going to have to start the Wyatts going after him. And you need to dig into that backstory as to why they're going after him. And we've got, I mean, it's the 4th of April and WrestleMania's on the 19th. I mean, we just don't have time. I think there's going to be 2 episodes after this. So, and that final episode's probably going to have some matches on. That's going to be like the Andre Battle Royal and things like that. It's the Go Home episode. So I just don't think you've got the time to dig into that story. So it's a good shout, though, Ryan. It's good thought because that's definitely a feud that people want. So, you know, with him being available now does kind of open up that possibility, but I just think that's too close. If this was maybe February, maybe even early March, then we could maybe look at it. But 2 weeks before WrestleMania, I think that story's too rich. I think the Sammy one is easier to get to. Sammy coming back and talking about how Kevin's, you know, no longer available. And he gets in the ring and just smacks him instead. And maybe like we do a Sammy heel turn. We could do that. Because a lot of people think we might get Sammy against Jey Uso for the championship after WrestleMania. So this could actually tie into that.
I am not sure why Jay and Gunther is not on night 2. Night 1 looks heavy and night 2 looks light. I want Jay and Gunther on night 2. I am also going to WrestleMania night 2.
Oh, right, okay. So AAA, shout out to you. So you want, I'm guessing you must be a Jay fan, or you must be really interested in that match. And so you were like, why is it not on night 2? It really should be night 2. I don't understand why it's not on night 2. Also, by the way, I'm going to night 2. So so I saw a connection there as to why you might so desperately want it on night 2. To be honest with you, I'm not sure why it's not on night 2. At the moment, it's rumoured for night 1. I don't know why it's not on night 2, because you would have it open like last year. You would really, what you want to do is you want to have night 1 be, because everyone's excited for WrestleMania, so everyone's going to tune into night 1. No one's going to, I'll skip the Saturday, I'll just watch the Sunday. No one's going to do that. It's WrestleMania weekend. Everyone's looking forward to it. So night 1 is the night that, people are going to tune in for. And then night 2 is the night you've got to sort of convince them to come back. Come back again tomorrow, night 2, right? Now, obviously, you're going to have Cena Cody, but another way you can do that is by having the other title match. And that's exactly what we did last year. We opened with the World Heavyweight Championship on night 2, and we closed with the WWE Championship. The only thing I can think is that they just want to put the 2 championship matches on different days, which would make sense. But I sort of feel like you don't need to do that because, make night 2 like a slightly bigger night. People are not going to want to skip night 1 because everyone's excited for WrestleMania, and actually getting people to watch 2 nights, a whole weekend, is, I would say, probably trickier to get them to tune in for night 2. So yeah, I don't know either, to be honest. There must be some thought behind it, and I can only think that thought is that they want title matches on both days. But that's not what we did last year. We put them both on Sunday, and I thought that was probably the right move. But this year, it looks like they've gone a different direction. Perhaps they're just playing around with it and seeing, what changes, what the numbers look like. Because we're still doing a lot of trial and error when it comes to the 2-day WrestleMania. I mean, we only started it in WrestleMania 36 2020, so we've only been doing it for, this will be the 5th year. So perhaps they're still trialing stuff. I don't know.
Mackenzie Erskine singing. Days, how would you feel if WWE makes us think the Lucha Bros are reuniting, but instead, one of the 2 turn heel and we get a Pentaverse Phoenix feud?
Oh, yeah, I'd be down for that. Penta versus Phoenix feud, I think a lot of people would be down for that. That genuinely sounds quite exciting to me. So, yeah, that put me down for that. I would be, I'd be on board. Mackenzie, shout out to you, my friends. Edward
Brown, LFC won the baddest on the planet. Member. Hello, Days fun fact. My promo was from the head. Everything came to me as I was making the video. None of it was wrote down. Also, so Dat King is behind Project M calling it. And my promo came from the heart.
Wow, do you know what? We haven't seen Dat King in ages. I don't remember reading out a Dat King message in a long time. So if Dat King is behind it, that would actually be low-key awesome, because I have not seen Dat King in the chat for ages. There was a little promo from Edwards, which I have put up on the Community X accounts, and we might get a chance to play it on the member stream. I mean, to be honest, it goes 4 minutes. If you could find a way of getting it down like to about a minute, that would have been better. But I might edit it. I might edit it down or something. I don't know. I like videos. I like trying to play them on member streams. I'm always down for little bits like that. But yeah, we'll see. 4 minutes might just be a little long. We always overrun normally. You know what it's like on those streams. But we'll see. Aaron, I hope you're well, bud.
Aaron Hanrahan. Rusev Day started with Rusev on a podium, and who attacked him, Randy, who needs a replacement WrestleMania, just saying. Definitely won't happen.
Rusev Day started with Rusev on a podium, who attacked him, Randy. He needs a replacement, but it definitely won't happen. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, a lot of thought about what's next for Randy. I mean, as far as I know, Kevin's not definitely out, but obviously people are trying to think of alternatives.
Kelly, the wise lady. If anyone said hello earlier before I went to get my snackies and I missed you, I am very sorry. I will say my hellos now.
Kelly, I hope you're well. Shout out to you. Metal Mama, hello. Oh, hello, what's this? I don't know what this is about. Do I? Do I know what? No, I don't. I don't know what this is about.
Metal Mama, 1987. Member. Attacking women wrestlers burner is kinda shady, just saying. Are you a great wrestler entertainer?
Attacking women wrestler burner accounts. I don't know what that's actually in relation to. Is there a women's wrestler burner account that's been brought to light?
Leanne Pruitt. The Wyatt storyline was awesome, but then Bo's injured ruined it. Then it got boring, so when they come back, they need to do a lot more with them. Yeah. So it will start to be better.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I think everyone agrees. Leanne Pruitt, shout out to you, buds.
SHOCKWAVE. Days. Do you think Gunther going to get punished for his actions against Jimmy?
Punished by Jay. I mean, I don't know that WWE can really do anything because they can fine him or something like that. But to be honest, I think Jay's not going to want him punished. He's not going to be removed from WrestleMania because Jay's going to want to get his hands on him. So I don't think it's going to be anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what can they do? They can only really fine him. His title's already on the line, so no, I can't see anything.
Rich Ball. Do you think Cena will go back to a face or stay a heel?
I think he'll go back to being a face. I can't see him retiring as a heel. I don't think he'll want to walk away with a bad taste in everyone's mouth. So I think he'll retire as a face, which means we're going to have to turn him back face at some point. Word on the street is that Cena's last event could be Saturday night's main event, which is in December, and that is in Boston, which is where he is from. He's from Boston, Massachusetts. So that is where we are expecting him to say goodbye. That's going to be like the 15th of December. Even after this heel turn, there's been no word that he's not like really retiring or anything. Like he's still expected to be retiring. So yeah, I'm expecting him to walk away. I'm expecting it to be December. I really struggle to believe he's going to do that being a heel. Maybe he goes into that match as a heel but turns face at the end of it. But either way, at some point this year, he's turning back face. I'm sure of that. I just don't know when. Some people are thinking it might even happen at WrestleMania. He might stand up to The Rock at WrestleMania, and that they're only doing this because they don't want to do face versus face, and that they want a heel in that match, which, you know, was a concern. It was criticism. It was something we'd spoke about how we need monster heels up there. We were kind of saying that Roman Reigns, CM Punk, Seth Rollins, John Cena, Cody Rhodes, they were all faces. It's like, where's the big monster heels? Well, at Elimination Chamber, they created one. And, is it that they're just doing it for WrestleMania? That would be a bit short-sighted, in my opinion. I don't think that the heel turn will be, remembered as fondly if it is that short. I think you've got to kind of commit to it now that you've done it. So I wouldn't turn him back until at least SummerSlam, like during the SummerSlam match. I would have him a heel throughout the summer. And then SummerSlam is where I'd be starting to think about it. But he could go all the way to that last match and turn in the match. You know, it could be that The Rock keeps berating him, abusing him, shouting at him, saying that he's a disgrace. His career has been a letdown, or whatever, right? And then finally in that last match, he stands up to The Rock. Place goes absolutely bananas. And I don't know, man. I think that you could even have it where he wins 17 in that last match. And of course, comes out on Raw, says that that was his final match. And, Raw is going to be his final appearance as an active wrestler. And as such, he's got to forfeit the title. We know that the Royal Rumble in 2026 is in Saudi Arabia. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think the Rumbles are always more exciting when the winner doesn't get a title match at WrestleMania. They get the title. Like, all of a sudden, whoever wins the Rumble And we have seen a few names that haven't been the very top names. You know, we've seen a Shinsuke Nakamura winning the Rumble, a Jey Uso winning the Rumble. I wouldn't say, I mean, Jey Uso is not CM Punk. He's not Cody Rhodes. He's not Roman Reigns, right? He's not Seth Rollins. He's not Randy Orton. He's someone that, for me, is, you know, he's never been a world champion. So for me, is a bit further down the pecking order. So the thing with the Rumble is that, yeah, all right, maybe it'll be a big name like Roman that ends up winning it in 2026. But you never know. It could be someone like Sammy. It could be someone like Finn Balor. It could be someone that, you know, is a little bit left field that then becomes the champion. And actually, it's a really good way of putting the belt on someone that maybe normally wouldn't get the belt. You know, you could put the belt on Finn Balor, and, you know, is Finn Balor going to get a shot at the WWE Championship? I mean, when was the last time he did? I don't even remember. I think when he faced Roman, it might have only been for the Universal. I don't even know if Finn has ever had a shot for the WWE Championship. So, you know, I sort of feel like it opens it up and it gives you opportunity to go down some roads that you maybe otherwise wouldn't go down, and put the belt on someone that maybe you wouldn't normally put it on. And I'm really excited by that. That excites me. I'm excited by the idea of, and that makes that show way bigger as well. Like, we're going to crown a new WWE champion. John Cena has forfeited the title. Who's it going to be? And it could be anyone that's in that match. And you can't tell me that that Rumble wouldn't be extra exciting. It absolutely would. Saudi Arabia would be desperate for that. And, you know, we're getting closer towards renegotiating that deal with them. I think any trick you can pull, any lever you can pull to make things more exciting, you've got to look to do it now. Maybe that's why they've scrapped King and Queen of the Ring, because perhaps they felt that King and Queen of the Ring just was not big enough, and it wasn't prestigious enough, and it was never going to be. I think it's a really good tournament that deserves its own show, but perhaps it's just not right for Saudi Arabia. Perhaps, and instead we're doing Night of Champions. And obviously we know what they've done with Crown Jewel, with changing that so that the two champs go up against each other. And then there's the Crown Jewel Championship and all of that. So we know they're trying to make some big changes, big moves. That would be huge. And I don't know, do you put all your eggs into that one basket, into that final match? I think I would. I've said it time and time again. I would not have 17 get achieved whilst he's a heel. I just think that's the wrong direction to go. If Cena continues to get heat, and if Cena continues to turn the crowd against him, as he should, then that would mean that the celebrations are going to be muted when he gets to number 17, or if he gets it at WrestleMania. And I think that's a real shame. I think you're throwing that moment away a little bit. Instead, let's do it when he's a face, and I think he will be face by the end of the year. And, you know, the more I think about it, the more I think, do you just put it all into that one last final match? I know some people won't like the idea of him forfeiting, but you've kind of got to do that if you want to get it into the Rumble. It's a great way of having the belt in the Rumble then. Obviously, if John loses it, then, you know, it's not going to be defended in the Rumble. Unless Triple H says to the champion they're going to defend it in the Rumble. I think that's what we did was with Roman. I think Roman was champion in 2016, and he was told that he was going to have to defend his championship in the Rumble match. So the winner of the Rumble would be the champion, and Triple H ended up winning that. So, you know, there are ways of doing it, but I think this is quite a good way of getting to that. So, but that's just my personal opinion. We probably won't do it.
Averted Vision. Cross should be monster heel. Shocking he ain't got any proper storylines. This is Tico drip feeding storylines long game style.
Cross should be a monster heel. Yeah, I agree. I'd like to see... why don't we do Carrion against Randy Orton? Why don't we do that? Carrion can easily step in. There's no real feud there, but Carrion can make a quick feud. No backstory. Nothing really to dig into. Randy can still get the win. It gets carrying onto the card. I don't mind that. I don't mind the Sammy one from earlier either, though. I think both of those were good shouts.
Kim's Trains, a.k.a. Nick Butcher. Days, I have pulled a muscle in my back.
Oof.
I am laying on my side in complete agony.
Oof.
I wanted to join the chat instead of taking a painkiller, which will make me sleepy.
Damn, man. Sorry to hear that. That is bad. I mean, I pulled a muscle in my neck the other week, and it was moody, man. I was really, really feeling that, and there was a bit where I was just really struggling to like turn my neck. Thankfully, it was it went by the time I got to the streams, but like, oh, the pain of like every time I was turning it a bit, I was like, oh. So yeah, I've got some sympathy there, some recent sympathy. I've never done one in my back though, to be honest. I've never done one with my back. So yeah, shout out to you dudes. I hope you feel better soon. Oof.
Sigmund Judge.
I'm thinking about it now.
Days, wait a minute. Didn't Cena say he was going to win and leave? Didn't Rock a corporate champion he could control? I smell a double cross at Mania with Punk taking Hogan's WM9 role.
Sigmund, shout out to you, buds. Punk getting into that title match is something people are really looking for. People are really looking to... I think, to be honest with you, people feel like there's something missing in that night one main event. I'm just going to be honest. That's the vibe I'm getting. I get a lot of comments of people saying the winner needs a title shot. The winner needs to go to night two. It seems like this feud between Roman, Seth, and Punk is not enough, right? And it seems like people want the winner to receive something. Now, the favor could come in, right? The favor could come in. It could be that if Punk wins, he now wants Heyman to get me into that night two match. So it could show itself. It could show itself. The only thing I would say about it, though, is we've got some real heat between Cena and Cody after that beatdown. Putting Punk in there, it puts Punk in there in regards for Punk getting the title, but we are sort of confusing things a little bit because, well, we haven't really dug into Punk and Cena. I know what happened at Elimination Chamber, and I know about their history, but we're sort of just throwing him in last minute, and there is no issue between Punk and Cody. I mean, if you're Cody, you're like, dude, I thought we were friends. You've just made my job so much harder. And obviously Punk can be like, listen, that's what it's like being champion. Yeah. I don't know that they're going to do it because I just think that WWE want everyone but supporting Cody. That's what they want. They want everyone supporting Cody. That's why Cena has come out for 2 weeks and berated the crowd before doing his back and forth with Cody because he's trying to get the fans to hate him. WWE don't want Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks. They just want Cena sucks. Which is also why Cena didn't kill Cody on the microphone. I've no doubt he could have. If Cena had gone over there and worked on his promo, Cody had gone over there and worked on his promo, and we brought them together and said, there's a live microphone, go off on each other, I very little doubt that Cena would have murdered Cody on the mic, right? But the reason as to why I don't think that actually happens is because backstage, I don't think he went over there and he went over there and let's do some ad-libbing. I think it's they both went onto Cody's bus, sat down, worked out, okay, this is what I'm going to say. This is what you're going to come back with. We're going to build towards the crossroads. We'll have you standing tall at the end. This is two good friends in real life working together to make sure they both look good. You know, we're trying to build a match here. There's no point making Cody murder Cena on the microphone, right? There's no point making Cody look, 10 times better. So that segment was about, can we both look good? Can we both say what we want to say? But the most important thing is that we definitely make sure Cody doesn't look like he's got buried. And I think they achieved that. I thought Cena had some fantastic lines. I thought Cody came back with some fantastic lines. And I think to make sure that you definitely didn't leave that segment going, Cena just murdered Cody. Cody got the first words. Cody got the last words. And Cody was the one that laid out John with a crossroads. So, you know, it was Cody that stood tall at the end. And I really think they worked together backstage, probably with producers and Triple H to make sure that those optics were where they needed to be, because they don't want Cody buried. If Cody loses the title at WrestleMania, it ain't going to be clean. He's going to be screwed. He's going to be cheated. You know that. I know that, right? He could lose it, but he will not lose it clean. And I think that really this is their quarterback. This is their guy. This is the person that is at the forefront of the company right now. And it makes no sense whatsoever to hurt him, harm him, damage him. And I know a lot of fans were kind of excited for Cena to destroy Cody on the microphone. But as we said, that was never going to happen. Cena had more lines than I was expecting. But, Cody came back with just as good and ended up standing tall at the end. And I really think that was by design. So the reason why I'm saying all this is if we keep that in mind, that at their forefront, they're trying to make Cody look good, putting CM Punk into that match, having another babyface in that match that the crowd can cheer, I wouldn't understand the booking of that. Because you want everyone to be behind Cody. So why have you put CM Punk in that match? Because now not everyone's going to be behind Cody. Now you're going to have a good chunk of the audience that want Punk to win. So now you're introducing some negativity towards Cody because the Punk fans are going to want Punk to win. And so that's my sticking point. That's the bit where I'm like, I'm struggling with this. I'm struggling with Punk going after the title, after that championship. You see, I think Punk goes after the title when a heel has got it. So if Cena wins, I think you can do Punk versus Cena down the road. Yeah, you could do that SummerSlam or wherever. Or he goes after Gunther. And we have been seeing Punk Gunther at live events. So is that foreshadowing where we're going? Is that foreshadowing a feud that's coming up soon? That we're actually getting them to do some reps? I mean, I don't think so, because I think Jey Uso's going to win. I don't think Gunther's going to win, so I don't think it's foreshadowing anything, but it's an interesting thought. I mean, there is still Gunther against Punk matches that could be done, but I don't know, can we really see Jey Uso falling short after everything that's gone down? I can't. I think Jey wins. That would then mean that, I don't know, does Cena get it? Cena is the favourite, so perhaps Cena gets 17 as a heel, which I think would be a shame. But then does set up Cena Punk, and it sets up Cena Orton, and you can sort of see why they would do that. I mean, to be honest with you, I said it before, maybe they traded the excitement and the celebration of John Cena turning heel. Perhaps they traded that in for the heel turn. Perhaps they felt like, well, we'll have him get 17 at WrestleMania. Okay, it won't be as exciting, and there won't be as much of a celebration because the crowd are going to hate Cena. So there won't be as much celebration as if he'd done it as a face, but we're going to do something bigger anyway, and that's turn him heel, and that will be the big moment. So perhaps he gets 17 as a heel. It's going to get a muted reaction. Some people will still celebrate it. A lot of people will be, nah, I'll be nah. Because, I'm rooting for Cody now, to be honest. Because Cena's the heel, and he's healing it up. And, I'll be rooting for Cody. I'm hoping Cody can get it done. And perhaps we just traded that moment in for the heel turn. Don't know. Food for thought. It's very hard to know where they're going. The odds on that are very, very close. They're very, very close. We've been looking at the odds for Cena Cody. I think it's like minus 200 plus 160, something like that. It's very close.
Edward Brown, LFC won the baddest on the planet. Days, sorry for this message, but in your opinion, did I do a job in that promo? I'm asking up because you love talking and you're such an honest guy as well sometimes, and you know her. Promos and what you looking.
Yeah, I thought it went on a little bit long. I think you needed to get to the point a little bit more. I thought it was fine. I thought that you had something to say. I think you had some nice points that you made in there. Calling back to like the happy birthday clip, which is the best moment in web history. I completely agree. I thought you made a good point about how you saw the Hall of Fame nominations and there was a load of newcomers to the community, and you was annoyed at that because you've been around for so long, pointing out that you, I think, joined, did you say 2019? So you've been around all this time, and so now you're having to see newcomers come in getting votes. And I kind of thought that was interesting, but I would say that your 4.5 minute promo needed to get down under 2 minutes. You needed to cut out certain bits, keep the gold, keep the bits that stood out. And yeah, I thought there was a bit of punch to it. I thought it was good. If you want to see that promo that Edward cut, it's over on the community Twitter.
Davne. Finn had his last WWE World Heavyweight title match against Seth Rollins at Money in the Bank in London 2023.
Tony, thank you. Hannah
WWE. Days. Do you see any of the following being in the WWE Hall of Fame? Orlando Jordan, Mark Jindrak, Alberto Del Rio, Eve Torres.
Del Rio, Eve Torres, I think will, because I think the bar for women going in is quite low, and it should be, because women have not been treated equally to guys. So, you know, to have the same expectation for the women as the men would be wrong. So Eve Torres. No to Orlando Jordan, no to Mark Jindrak. Del Rio as a former world champion in WWE, definitely. Obviously, a lot of unsavory stuff that's gone on behind the scenes, which could prevent that. But maybe he goes in after he's passed away, like in flipping 30, 40 years' time, you know? But will he go in eventually one day? Maybe he goes in as part of a legacy class. I'm struggling to see him standing there giving a speech. I don't think he's in WWE's good books. But listen, time changes a lot, you know? Bruno Sammartino was not in WWE's good books. Ultimate Warrior was not in WWE's good books. Both of them found a way of going into the Hall of Fame. And Ultimate Warrior was also a very unsavory character that had made very unsavory comments. Del Rio, that's the one that I'm like, he deserves it for what he's done. But as a person, there's definitely some reasons there as to why you wouldn't want him being honored. So I would say I don't see it happening anytime soon.
Jamie M. Stewart. Hey Days, I was just wondering when we see Bronson Reed again, he'd be a great opponent for Orton. If Owens can't go, I really liked Bronson before his injury. Do you think Jacob has replaced him now?
Yeah, well, I think Jacob is further along because Bronson's out since Survivor Series. God, it was in Unseen the other day, and I can't remember. I mean, I think it ain't this side of WrestleMania. I can't remember the exact month, but we're nowhere near close to a Bronson return. So it won't happen, basically. It won't be Bronson Reed. He's still out. I mean, he shattered his ankle when he jumped off the cell, the chamber thing. So he's out. I mean, he's just done. So Yeah, I think Jacob is further along because I think Jacob's going to have this probably big match at WrestleMania with Solo. And once he gets past that, I mean, really, what is there for Jacob to do? He could have a run with a mid-card title. I could see that being for him, but it's hard to make an argument that Bronson's going to come back and be further ahead of Jacob. It's hard to make that argument. So I think that maybe Jacob gets a mid-card title run first. But I saw Triple H building his Topps card collection, and he got to a Jacob card, and I think he called him the Future, something like that. The Future. I mean, Triple H was in no doubt whatsoever. He got a Jacob card, and he was like, this is the future right here. So I sort of feel like everything's pointing towards Jacob just continuing to be pushed forwards. I think, wasn't it in the Royal Rumble, Michael Cole, as soon as we had Jacob and Roman face to face, said this is a future WrestleMania main event. All the noise that's around Jacob is that this is going to be a guy. This is one of our guys. This is someone that now that he's in, because obviously we know with Vince around, he wasn't finding his way in. Even with Triple H, he wasn't finding his way in. He's got a criminal past, of course. And I think that has been a barrier. I think it took The Rock getting on the TKO board to open the door for Jacob. But now he's in. And you know, we've seen how intense, I think intense is the word. Aggressive, right? How focused he is in his promos, in his beatdowns. Just everything he does seems to be at like 11 out of 10. Intensity. He's like the living embodiment of Spinal Tap. He is someone that has got a rocket on his back, and yeah, he's going to the moon. That's no shock. You know, that's not going to surprise anyone. But yeah, I think that I think he is ahead of Bronson Reed now. But so, Jamie, shout out to you, my friends.
James Chadwick, member. All Edward had to say, Yo Project X, you don't scare anyone mutha effers. Reveal yourself before wreck yourself cowards. Job done.
Well, there was a bit in there about put me in the Hall of Fame. I deserve it as well. But yeah, you're right. Going after Project X and demanding that he goes into the Hall of Fame was basically what the promo was about. But listen, I'm here for it because I like. I mean, I don't know who Project X is, but it's definitely brought some excitement to the faction game, and people are talking about it. So, you know, I'm here for that. You know, I'm down for it. I'm quite excited to find out who it is as well. I mean, I'm guessing we will at some point. So I'm quite excited for that. And then, like, Edward's got something he wants to get off his chest. Rather than just putting it in the chat and me playing it and having it read out, he's put a video out there. So I'm here for that as well. So, yeah, I think there's a way the channel can accommodate videos of people sending in their thoughts. It probably works better on the members' sides, to be honest, because if I was going to start getting inundated with videos, they're going to be, you know, really hard for me to find time to sit down to pre-watch them all and get them all kind of queued up and everything. So it's more a members thing. But no, I'm here for it. Yeah. Dormouse.
Hey, all you boomers. Pile drive that like. And if you are new to Wrestling Days' channel, please slam that subscribe too. Much love from the community.
Dormouse, shout out to you. Here's Big Time.
Big Time Baxter. Days, I'm so tired of SD tag teams just wrestling each other in circles. We've seen every variation between DIY, MCMG, Street Profits, Pretty Deadly, and Los Garzas for months, and it's happening again.
Yeah. I think they're trying to build that SmackDown tag division. They're trying to find a way of building it, of growing it. I think they're trying to get the teams on TV a lot. I mean, I gotta respect it in the sense of we complain about there being a lack of like tag teams, tag division. and they're really trying to do something here. I do think, though, there could be some more exciting teams. I sort of feel like back in the day when you had the Bulldogs, you had the Heart Foundation, you had the Rockers, you had the Natural Disasters, you had the Nasty Boys, you had Legion of Doom. I sort of feel like we had some really exciting teams. Now we've got Street Profits are okay. DIY, they're okay. I mean, I really like them. They've been around for ages, but I mean, they don't really bring anything like a Legion of Doom, you know? They're really good. I sort of feel like they're a really good technical team. They've got a place, but I think they're, I'm going to say a bit bland. And that is honestly heartbreaking for me to say, because I love DIY in NXT and I love Johnny and I love Tommaso, but I just think they're a great team, a great technical team, but I think they've got to be surrounded with some charisma, some teams that have got some charisma. I sort of feel like DIY against War Raiders makes sense in my mind. War Raiders are good in ring. They've got a bit of a gimmick. I know we've turned it down a little bit, but even so, that kind of works in my mind. DIY against the Usos. Usos have got a bit of a gimmick down since day one-ish. The whole bloodline connection. We know about Jimmy. We know about Jay. They got a bit of something about them. DIY against those guys. Brilliant. DIY against the New Day. Brilliant. DIY against the War Raiders. Brilliant, right? But it's always the other team that needs to bring a bit of color. It's always the other team that's got to bring a little bit of excitement, right? It's always the other team that's got to bring something, because DIY, to be honest, from a character point of view, are just a little bit bland, right? I like them. I like them both individually. They're great wrestlers, and that's why it hurts me to make such a comment. But I'm being honest that they need the other team to bring a little something in that charisma department, in that kind of presentation department, because I feel like that's where DIY are lacking. And I would say the exact same with Motor City Machine Guns. I can see they're talented in the ring. I don't have any connection with them. I don't have any feelings towards them. I can see they're good, but they're a little bland in their presentation. They're not really bringing anything. There's no charisma. There's nothing there that I can hang my hat on. So, you look at DIY, you look at Motor City Machine Guns, you look at Los Garza, who I would say the exact same thing about, right? Los Garza, pretty good in the ring. I've been impressed with some of the stuff they've been doing. But, I mean, their characters, their presentation is very underwhelming. It's very unexciting. I sort of feel like Pretty Deadly bring a little bit of colour, a little bit of it, something in their presentation. But I don't find their matches to be... I mean, when was the last great Pretty Deadly match, And I mean, their characters have sort of changed. Their characters were doing a musical and all that, and they've scrapped all that. Since they've more turned them face, they've kind of cut back on the comedy stuff. And that's okay. I mean, I think if Pretty Deadly did the comedy stuff, and then when the bell was to ring, they were actually good, like that to me would work really, really well. But instead what we've done is we've tried to make them a little more credible, and we've got rid of the comedy stuff, but it's not really resulting in them being better in the ring, right? I sort of look at the tag division and it's like, where's the excitement? Where's the color? Where's the presentation? Where's the Natural Disasters? Where's the Legion of Doom with the spikes? Where's Demolition? Where's Heart Foundation in the bright pink? Like, where's... in the passionate promos that Brett used to cut, and Jim the Anvil, I'm doing that, Hawk, oh, what a rush, Bulldogs with Matilda. I'm sort of like all that colour and excitement, and it's just not there. Even the Street Profits just come out like moody, and I don't even know what their characters are anymore. I don't even know. I mean, like, I'm glad we got rid of the cups. And I'm glad that we've made them a bit more focused and a bit more moody. But what I would say about the Street Profits is, if you're going to do that, you're going to really dial them in. They're going to be like moody from the streets. That's fine. But they're not bringing loads from a presentation point of view. So that means they need to be in there with someone that is. And I've just pointed out DIY don't do that. I've just pointed out Motor City don't do that. I've just pointed out that Los Garza don't do that. And so this is why you've got all this meh. It's like we're going to put that team against that team. Well, we've seen it before. And the teams aren't bringing anything exciting. And all right, the match is not going to stink because they're good wrestlers. But like, do you know what I mean? Like, they need to do more work with the character side of stuff, in my opinion. They need to do more character work. I think the in-ring matches always come out, and you don't get a bad match, but you don't consistently get great matches either. They tend to be like high-end good. I've seen quite a lot of tag matches on SmackDown. It doesn't matter who the teams are. They just come out high-end good. So if the matches aren't going to click into the great range, then we're going to need to rely on something else, and that's going to have to be the charisma, the promos, the character work, and that ain't there. It ain't there. We need some tag teams that have got a bit of something about them. I mean, the New Day, one of the best tag teams we've got, because they're getting big reactions. People hate them after what they did to Big E. We know about Kofi. We know about Xavier. They're good with their promos. They're, painting that picture of, I don't know why you're booing us. It's not our fault. Big E was dead weight. We just got rid of dead weight. And, that's obviously continuing the heat that's on them. But they got a little something about them. There's something there that is not there for DIY, Motor City Machine Guns, Los Garza, so on. Well, Pretty Deadly. Even though Pretty Deadly have still got the ball. And, I feel like Pretty Deadly, character-wise, have probably got the most. But then it falls apart when it comes to their promos and when it comes to their match quality. And as I said, we've even dialed down on the fun when it comes to Pretty Deadly since we turned them face. So lots of problems when it comes to that tag division. I really don't think just putting them on TV is the answer. You've got to do more than that. You've got to do a lot of character work. And that I've not seen that character work being done, to be honest. So, yeah, I'm not massively into that tag division. I'm not crazy about what I'm seeing, but it's more than just one bad team or two bad teams. There's just, you can sort of look at all the teams and there's something missing everywhere. Maybe we just need one tag division. Maybe we just need to have the tag teams on one brand. Add in the likes of Judgment Day, add in the likes of the New Day, add in the likes of the War Raiders, put them in with the teams we've got on SmackDown, and maybe then you've got something that's missing. Because actually, I feel like the teams that bring what I'm saying tend to be on Raw, but the focus on tag wrestling does not exist on Raw, so we just never see the War Raiders. A-Town Down Under have got a little something about them. New Day, War Raiders, Judgment Day, those teams have got a bit of something about. I feel like the tag division on Raw has got more characters in it, but they don't have a focus on tag wrestling on Raw, but we do on SmackDown. But we don't have the characters, so it's all a mess. It's just a mess.
Super Pony. Days, do you think we could see a double turn tonight between Randy and Kevin, with Randy attacking an injured, defenseless Kevin, and Sammy comes out to confront Randy for going too far?
Maybe. I mean, Sammy getting involved, there's a chance. I mean, needs must. I don't think it's ideal. I don't think it's the direction that we would necessarily be looking to go. But, needs must. I haven't heard anything on Sammy. So I really don't really don't know what the situation is in regards to Sami. It could be that Sami picked up an injury in his match. I mean, if Kevin's injured, that would suggest... I don't think we've seen Kevin since that Sami match. So it would suggest that they really went above and beyond in that match. There's every chance Sami has suffered some injury as well. Because they both pushed each other to the absolute limit, didn't they? So, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know where this is going. There's still a chance that Kevin makes it, but the alternative is hard to nail down. I think carry him.
Super Pony. Do you think KO will cut a babyface promo tonight?
No. I can't see him cutting a babyface promo. Not with everything that's been going on. Not with all the brutal beatdowns. Like, all of a sudden he can't do a match, so he's going to cut a babyface promo. That would just sort of throw everything away that we've been working on. So I can't see a babyface promo. He might have to cut a promo where... he's having to walk away. Where he's like, I've got to go away for a little while. But yeah, I mean, what it says is that he's dealing with an undisclosed injury, no timetable for a return, puts the match in jeopardy with 15 days to go. Alternative plans for autumn have been discussed, but no pivot has yet been made. His last match was Elimination Chamber. And then that's it. That's everything we've got. So there's obviously a big issue at the moment with Kevin. It's certainly not looking good. With that match in jeopardy, trying to find an alternative is going to be a little bit tricky. You could do a big move with Sami, but I just don't know that Sami's available. There's nothing being teased for Sami. So maybe he was just going to sit WrestleMania out to sell like how brutal that beatdown was. Or I sort of feel like they were teasing Carrion against Sami. I don't know if you felt that way, but do you remember Carrion was watching Sami and was pleading with Sami to do the right thing in the Rumble? Like, don't go and help. Don't go and help Roman. I sort of feel like we were teasing Sami, Carrion, and then we've just completely dropped that. And I wonder if we dropped it because Sami picked up an injury. And we have not seen Sami since Elimination Chamber. So it makes it really hard to sit here and say, yeah, it'll be Sami, or it's going to go that way. Because part of me really does wonder if he's got an injury. I don't know. It's very difficult. I think needs must. I think when you've got a situation like this, you look across your whole roster. I don't even think you just look at SmackDown. I think you look at Raw as well. You just look at, like, Randy Orton has got to have a match at WrestleMania. And if we're going to pull the trigger, if we're going to move away from Kevin, we sort of need to make that decision sooner rather than later. There's no point getting to WrestleMania and then making the call. We've got to make the call at some point, right? I'm sure Kevin's having scans. I'm sure they're really looking into it. If it's touch and go, I just wouldn't do it. Because to be honest with you, if it's touch or go, he could irritate that injury during the match and, we could have a disaster on our hands. I think if Kevin's not going to be 100% for WrestleMania, then I wouldn't run the risk. So I would look for an alternative. And if I need an alternative this close to WrestleMania, I'm going to try and find the best alternative I can find. And if that means it being a flipping Raw star or an NXT star or whoever, I'll use whoever. I'm not going to worry about the brand split and have that as a limitation. So I really think it could be open to anyone. But they've got to make that decision first that Kevin's definitely not going to make it. So, Dalwin, shout out to you, my friend. Let's see what Dalwin's got to say.
Delwyn Jones, member. For Raw last Monday in London, honestly best show I ever visit. I was in the right corner close to the ring. Segment Cody Cena, opening segment, was effing brilliant. Gunther is Savage, truly exceptional heel, so great, really enjoyed it.
Delwyn, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate the support. Delwyn said he was at Raw last Monday. Best show I've ever visited. I was in the right corner, close to the ring. The Cody Cena opening segment was effing brilliant. Gunther was savage. Well, it came across so well. It came across so well on TV. I think it was a really enjoyable show. It's the show that we'd been waiting for, because we had been waiting for that show. I think the international tour had been very underwhelming. I think that it really was a tour that had kind of fallen quite flat. I think there was a bit of frustration that was out there. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see as to kind of if they can follow it up. I mean, now that we're off that European tour, I've got high hopes that tonight's show is going to be really good. I've genuinely got high hopes that we're going to find out just how good this WrestleMania season is tonight. Because there's no excuses now. I mean, for the longest time, it was let's get past Elimination Chamber, let's get past Elimination Chamber. Well, guess what? We got past Elimination Chamber, and March was pretty rubbish. I mean, February was pretty rubbish. Then March was pretty rubbish. And then we've just had a weekend last weekend that really was the first signs. I mean, really, but what else would you pull out of Raws or SmackDowns? Maybe the first Cena promo following the Elimination Chamber, which was good. But I don't know that it kind of hit the crazy heights that we were hoping for. Lots of people had questions following it. Probably Rhea losing the title to Io. You'd probably go with that. Maybe Tiffany jumping off the Titantron. But it is quite slim pickings, to be honest. 2 months worth of shows. And there ain't loads to kind of pull out that's like, oh my God, mind-blowing. But then last weekend, they gave us quite a bit. We had the Gunther thing. We had a much better Cena-Cody segment. We had Damian attacking Drew, slamming him in that windscreen, which was really good. So, we started to get a little bit more. Brilliant Naomi video package as well, which I really enjoyed. And obviously we found out about Phoenix debuting tonight. So I sort of feel like last weekend really felt like WrestleMania season had arrived. Can they follow that up tonight? I think they will. I mean, we're off the European tour now. It really is now or never with, a couple of weeks to go. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to this show. Darwin, appreciate it, my friend. Appreciate it as always. 9 Doc Holiday, shout out to you, buds.
9 Docs Holiday 4. Stand and Deliver should have a match for one man and women. And the winner gets a match at WrestleMania versus a vet like AJ Styles and Bayley. Winner gets a main roster contract.
Hang on. Stand and Deliver should have a match. One man, one woman gets a match at WrestleMania. To be honest, I think WrestleMania is so stacked that would be hard to get them on. You could start using the kickoff show as a way. I think that the kickoff show should have at least a match on it. Some people think that match should be the Battle Royal, which it could be. But I honestly don't know why we don't do more with the kickoff shows. Those kickoff shows are like 2 hours long. So why not put a match on there or a couple of matches? But actually trying to get NXT talent. I mean, to be honest, a singles match at WrestleMania is actually really hard to get. It's really hard to get. Am I right in saying that Bayley only had her first one last year? I don't know that Bayley had one before last year. And I think Dolph Ziggler as well went a long time without one. I don't even know if he ever had one. But getting a singles match at WrestleMania is hard. So for an NXT talent to get a match at WrestleMania, I've got to think that you could do it where they get inserted into the Battle Royal. You could do that. You could do it where they get inserted into some sort of ladder match. You could do that. But actually getting it so that they get a singles match, I mean, there's loads of people on the main roster that ain't even getting that. So unless you do it on the kickoff show and do something like that, a little showcase thing. So it's a good shout. I'm certainly not down on it. I just think realistically, executing it might have its challenges.
David Duffett, $2 Canadian. Put Orton with Gunther and Jay if Owens is out.
Put Orton with Gunther and Jay if Owens is out. I think they're trying to build Jay up, and again, it's a lot of bad bloods. I mean, there's real. Like, Jay wants to get his hands on Gunther. I think Orton would just feel like a spare wheel, to be honest. I don't know. Not the direction I would personally go, but it's a good shout in regards to thinking outside the box. Do you put him in with for a title? But you kind of, I mean, like, Jay's won the Rumble to get a shot at Gunther, whereas Orton just lost his opponent. So again, you'd have that issue as well. Plus, there's no beef between Orton and Gunther or Orton and Jay. You could build some up, but it's very late in the day. I think to be honest, they planned on Orton having a singles match. So I would just keep it a singles match for Orton, and it's about what opponent can we find now. And honestly, I think the Sammy shout is absolutely fine, but I just don't know that he's medically cleared.
Dean Kohler. Days, how's this? Becky comes back at Mania, interferes with the women's title match, causing Charlotte to lose, restarting that feud, and basically telling Tiffany there's a new sheriff in town.
Becky comes back at Mania, interrupts, causes Charlotte to lose, tells Tiffany there's a new sheriff in town. That would make her heel. I mean, if she is going to interrupt, I'm guessing Tiffany would win. Charlotte would want Becky then. You'd be setting up a Charlotte-Becky feud. Because if she's going to cost Charlotte, Charlotte's going to want revenge. Becky and Tiffany, in my mind, would be face versus face, which you can absolutely do. There's no reason why you can't do face versus face. Heel versus heel is a problem. Face versus face is possible. The only issue with face versus face is you split the crowds. And if WWE want everyone to support Tiffany, then obviously you're not going to achieve that by doing face versus face. Becky is the bigger name, bigger star. You're going to split the crowd. There'll be Tiffy fans. There'll be Becky fans. You could do that match, but if she interrupts, then Charlotte's going to want to get involved. You're setting up a triple threat. Not the direction I would go, to be honest. I don't think that we need a triple threat. Plus, also, Tiffany and Charlotte is a SmackDown feud. If Becky comes back, she'll come back on Raw because she is with Seth, and they always try to keep couples together. So I don't see it. I think if she comes back, it would be the Raw title. It would be Rhea, Io, Bianca that we would probably see Becky getting involved with. Or maybe even more likely, it would be Lyra in the Intercontinental Championship, because I think those two Irish girls going up against each other, again, it's face versus face. Again, you're going to split the crowds, but I think that's a match that both of them would probably want on the main roster. I think they've done it down in NXT, but I think they would probably both would like to do it on the main roster. I mean, like, you could turn Becky heel, of course. There's no reason why you can't do that. But I think when we last saw her, she was face. I don't think we've seen her since she had a cage match with Liv. It's been a little while now. It's been a long. We haven't seen her in 2025, so it's been a bit of time. It's been a hot minute.
Carla. Days, thoughts on the bells coming back?
Yeah.
I have thoughts, and there is not enough space to get it out.
Oh. Well, I don't mind it for a short time, to be honest. I think the Bellas are important to the history of women's wrestling. I think that women's wrestling was not given the kind of love that it deserved when the Divas era was around. So I sort of feel like there's a lot of women from the past that deserve a bit of recognition, a bit of kind of respect that maybe wasn't around when it was the Divas era. I mean, they were just seen really as being people that were on the reality show, and then they would just be on TV. And do you know what? If their match got cut, it got cut. And actually, at that time, you saw a lot of women's matches. I think there was a big multi-women's match at WrestleMania that ended up getting cut. I mean, imagine that. Imagine getting excited that you was going to be in a match at WrestleMania, and then just because you're a diva and it's divas and are not bothered, you get cut because of time. And then that's the kind of thing that they had to battle against, you know. There was no Rumbles. There was no Money in the Banks. There was only the occasional match, and normally it was just a load of nonsense. Quality of it would have been quite low. It was a horrible time, really. I sort of feel like if they were around today, and they were maybe, you know, worked with and trained a bit better and all of that stuff, like, they'd kill it in the women's tag division. So when it comes to the Bellas, I sort of feel like I feel a bit sorry for them. I think that they were around at the wrong time. I think if they had got into the business today, we would have treated them a lot better. I mean, we didn't even have the women's tag titles when they were around. I mean, it's a no-brainer that the Bellas would have held those multiple times. So I sort of feel like for Evolution, which is going to be an all-women's PLE, you're probably going to want to sprinkle a bit of legends in there, a few names in there, as well as the current talent. And so if the Bellas have a match there, no problem. If they win the tag titles and have a little run with them, no problem. I'm not looking for them to be around for months and months and months and months, but little run, little appearance for Evolution. Builds, maybe they get the belts, little fallout after. Yeah, I'm not really down on that, to be honest. You can make the argument that there's women that are struggling to get onto TV, but to be honest with you, you're always going to have that argument. There's always someone sat in catering. So I think it comes down to who is sat in catering. Like, how good are they? Are they people that we want to see WWE like invest in their time in? What are the reasons they're setting catering? Are they good wrestlers? I don't know. How much have we got to build them up? Don't know. Everyone's going to have their own opinions on that. What I would say is, I don't mind the Bellas. I think they get a bad rep. I think they were around at the wrong time. Well, probably the right time for them. But if they were around now, it would be a better time in regards to being respected. And being used better. And so, yeah, kind of use them at Evolution. I don't mind. But I'm not looking for anything big. Because I agree, anything long-term is getting in the way. But actually using them for Evolution, I think is okay. So, I don't know. I sense you're probably different. You probably don't want to see them at all. Which I could understand if you've got people that you really like that's not getting on TV. I could understand that. But, I don't know. I don't mind the legends. I like the legends being around for, like, Saturday night's main events. In my mind, Evolution's a bit more like a Saturday night's main event than an outright pay-per-view. Because, I don't know, I mean, maybe they'll go bigger this time, but I can tell you last time, there was very little promotion for it. I don't know the size of the crowds. I don't remember it being, like, a massive crowds. I would say 8,000, something like that. I'm going to have a look. Evolution, WWE Evolution. 10,000. And if you've ever seen it, it felt very live event. It felt very kind of house showy. Like the entranceway was not huge. There was no LEDs on the ring or on the ring posts. It was all it had a very like live event house show feel. I really don't think that they believed in it. And they didn't massively promote it. And as a result, the show did really bad numbers. Hence why they never revisited it either. If ever like you talk about Evolution, it always gets, historically it's always been that was not a success. That was not a good move because it just didn't really get any views. But I don't know the numbers it did because obviously it was on the network. But this is why I don't think we've had one in 7 years. But women's division's in a much better place now, and so WWE has got a bit more confidence that if they do it in 2025, it'll get a much better result. Justin, shout out to
Justin
you.
Henson. We do have a face versus face versus face to main event WrestleMania Night 1. I believe we could do a Becky versus Lyra.
I agree. Face versus face, you can do it. I think heel versus heel is a problem. I know some people disagree with that, but if you look back on the history of WWE, you can find heel versus heel matches, but they're very rare. It's not something we do very often because who's the crowd meant to get behind? So yeah, they're very, very rare. Face versus face, a lot more regular. And, Becky versus Lyra, a bit of respect. I think, didn't we do Lyra Bailey, for example? But I feel like that was in some sort of qualifier or tournament. It wasn't an outright title match. I seem to remember maybe it was an Elimination Chamber qualifier or something like that. And Lyra ended up losing. So, we did that match, but there was a reason for it. It was like a qualifier or something. And Lyra wants that match again. She says it bothers her that she lost to Bailey. So the way that you present it is obviously very important. She's presenting it that she respects Bailey. She wants to face her because she lost to her. She wants to prove that she can beat her. And so we're kind of setting it up. You get the story. You get why we're doing it. We could absolutely do something like that with Becky and Lyra. You could do something like that with Becky and Tiffany. But I just think if Becky's going to get involved at WrestleMania and influence the outcome, you're setting up a triple threat. And as I said, I don't think that she would go to that brand anyway. David said, Orton fights his dad and wins. Bob Sr. loses the cast. Let's go. Coaster Maniacs. Hope you're well, my friends. Don't feel like I've spoke to Coaster Maniacs in a hot minute. Hope you're well.
Coaster Maniacs. Fun fact, I was rampside and caught Nikki's shirt from that show.
You was rampside, you caught Nikki's shirt from that. I do remember you saying that before, yes. I do remember you saying that before. Yeah, I enjoyed Evolution. I thought it was good. Actually, I think there's a Becky Charlotte match on that that's really fun. And so, yeah, I enjoyed it. But for some reason, at that point, 2018, we were still growing. I mean, I think it was the middle of 2015 we did the whole women's evolution thing, and so by 2018, certainly with Ronda in, I think they felt confident that we were in a much better place than we'd ever been, and that this was the right time to do it. Unfortunately, the numbers came back that it was not. The numbers came back that, or certainly that's what they've always said, that the numbers were just not there, and that the show didn't work. But I don't think they ever believed in it. I do not remember the promotion for that show being anything significant. I remember it being very underwhelming. So yeah, I'm pleased we're going again. I'm pleased we're doing it again. And honestly, I think it's so important that this works because you don't want this show to bomb. You don't want this show to be another show where they go, it didn't work again. And then we have to wait another 7 years for Evolution, if we ever go back to it. I mean, I would like a regular all-women's PLE. I know you might get people going, oh, well, we don't do all men's PLEs. But I think the truth is that we're not at a 50-50 point with women and men in wrestling, because there's a lot more men in wrestling than there are women. So I think showcasing the women and giving them their own show, which doesn't have to take away from anything. I mean, I don't even know if that's the only pay-per-view in July. I don't know if this is not just additional. I mean, I'd like it to be additional. I'd like it to be a bonus. I'd like it to be that that's not just the only pay-per-view. So if it's additional and it's not taken away from anything, I really don't see any complaints or any problems. And giving the women their own space, showcasing, how great women's wrestling can be, because there is still a little stigma there. And, hopefully being inspirational to more girls to get into the business, and, anything we can do to help grow that side. I think it's all good. It's all positive. I really don't have any negatives. So I am totally on board. I enjoyed the first one. I will undoubtedly enjoy this one. But I think this is why the Bellas being involved doesn't worry me, because I just think whatever levers you've got to pull to make this as big as possible, get Trish on there, Lita on there, Bella's on there. Yes, make sure that you've got plenty of current talent. But I mean, they've got the whole show to themselves. Like, there should be enough room. Have some backstage segments, show women in the crowds. You know, do whatever it is you need to do to make this as big and as great and as successful as possible. And if it works, maybe we get it next year. Maybe we get it the year after that as well. Perhaps this is something that can stay on the calendar. But I can tell you that historically, the one in 2018 was internally not seen as being very successful at all. And I think this one needs to be different. So whatever we can do, whatever it takes. Ian, shout out to you, firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. Really appreciate it, buds. As I said earlier, so kind. And it really is so appreciated. So, Ian, shout out to you, my friends. Let's see if we can get back to the chat, because I really do want to get to as many thoughts as we possibly can. These 2 hours are about just chatting away, getting stuck into what the community's thinking about. So let's keep going.
Edward Brown LFC won the baddest on the planet. Because they're trying her best to say I'm lying about my height, lad, when I've proved time and time again. I'm tall, okay? Averted vision.
Edward is quite tall. I've seen a few videos of him in the Wrestling Escape Pods.
Bray from the Island of Relevancy. Just for honesty's sake, I hate Goldberg. IDK who doesn't know that, but I do. He sucks. He's always sucked. It's not about Bret Hart. It's about this bald, talentless ex-football player playing SCSA.
I think a lot of people have got bad vibes for and bad feelings towards Goldberg. I don't think you're alone there, but he is working towards his retirement match. I don't know that people are going to massively care about that, but it does seem like we should be getting his retirement match in 2025.
Kelly the Wise Lady. Oh, BTW fam, you have 8 days to my birthday. 8 days to figure out all the nice things you want to say to me. LMAO, just kidding.
Happy birthday for 8 days' time, Kelly.
Connor Rigby. Days, do you have a feeling that we might see Bianca Belair will turn heel, and she wins the Women's World Championship at WrestleMania against Io Sky and Rhea Ripley? Do you think that could happen?
She could turn heel. I think that a few people are still thinking she may have had some involvement with Jade being attacked. So, you know, it's kind of hard to know where that story's going, if it's just going to be Naomi. Some people are thinking that Bianca could have been in on it, helped plan it. She was kind of wrestling at the time that Jade was found. But, you know, maybe it turns out Bianca knew all along. And that segment where Naomi told her, they did that so that Jade wouldn't interfere in Bianca's title opportunity. But it could be that she actually knew all along. So it does feel like there is a bit of a darker side that's kind of shown itself in recent times with Bianca. And I don't know. I think the word on the street was we were going to do Bianca versus Jade at WrestleMania. And it really felt like we were building to that. I'm not sure why it's not gone that way. I don't know why Bianca is now instead going into a title match rather than going up against Jade. But I've got to think that Jade Bianca is going to happen at some point sooner rather than later. And if we're going to do that, I'm thinking it's going to be Bianca that will be the heel. So I don't know when we get to it or when we turn and stuff like that. But yes, I think Bianca turning heel is a very real prospect. But I couldn't say, oh, it's definitely going to be WrestleMania or something like that, you know. But a Bianca heel turn in 2025, I think if that's on your bingo card, I don't think you should be too worried. I think there's a good chance we get to that.
It's Bryn again. The more members there are, the more suspects there is. It's a good thing and a bad thing. Trust is at stake.
Is this still about Project X? Are they still getting people talking? Honestly, they've caused a lot of flipping They've caused a lot of problems. Respect.
Sid. Mark's getting ready to watch fake wrestling matches with no characters and stories every week, 5 hours a week. What a sad thing.
Mark's getting ready to watch fake wrestling matches with no characters. What a sad thing. What's that? What's that? Is that an AEW diss? I mean, I don't know. If that is an AEW thing, I can't really comment because I don't watch AEW. I see the odd clip. I like Tony Storm. Everyone knows that. I like Tony Storm. I think Will Ospreay is an amazing talent. So I don't know. I think their women's division's quite good. Tony Storm, Mariah May, even Mercedes has low-key been putting out some banging matches from what I've read and what I've seen and people's reactions. Seems like she's, she's seen as someone that's kind of not helped their ratings, but I think actually her work has been okay. I think they've done a good job building up Athena with her being like, I don't know how long she's been Ring of Honor champion, but she feels like she's quite a big deal. Billy Starks, I like. Jamie Hayter, I've always liked. I actually low-key think their women's division is cooking. I think their women's division's in a good place. I don't know about their tag division. I don't know about their men's division outside of, I can name some names I'm interested in. It's very interesting, the AEW thing, because I spoke about that in a video. So AEW have obviously got their issues and they kind of fell down to the 600,000 range, but their streaming platform is apparently adding 150,000, 250,000 legitimate viewers to their numbers now. It was reported 500,000, but apparently that's just people that flick through the channels and watch a minute, if that, right? And then change the channel again. And that came from Brian Alvarez. Brian Alvarez was saying that if you was to apply that same logic to, say, SmackDown, which does 1.3, SmackDown's numbers would probably be closer to 3 million. So if you're going to add 500,000 to Dynamite, you need to add 1 point something million to SmackDown. So, their streaming numbers are good. It gets them back up to that sort of 800,000 range, but it's not quite the numbers that I think some fans think that they are. It was a very insightful video, the Brian Alvarez one that I saw the other day. And but I mean, look, they're not going away. They obviously have had their issues. I think there's a little bit of a comeback that's starting to come through from AEW now. I don't know kind of what their momentum's like. I don't know if it's going to result in them starting to get back to 1 million if you add in the streaming numbers with their TV numbers. I don't know if they'd start getting to that sort of 1 million mark, but does feel like there's a little more positivity around AEW than there was a little while ago. But yeah, low-key, I like their women's division. I like some of their men's wrestlers, male wrestlers. Tag division, I don't know about, though. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm seeing a bit more optimism around AEW than what I've seen previous. Right. Let's all wish Brony a happy birthday. He's 59. Oh, Brony. Happy birthday, buds. There we go. There it is. Happy 59. I didn't realise. Brony. Look at you, eh? All I'm going to say is don't go walk into the light because, at that age, you do have to think about these things. So if you see any light, don't go walking towards it, buds. But, that's amazing. 59. Oh, my God, you could take up golf. That's what people that age do. They take up golf and they get timeshares. So, Brony, shout out to you, my friend. That's really cool. I think you're literally the oldest person I know. Oh my God, old man Brony. Old man Brony in the community. I love this for us. That's so good. Oh my God, just think of all the wisdom that Brony can share to the community. Do you know what I mean? If you're struggling with something now, you can just ask Brony because Brony's going to have been there. And Brony's going to have had all this life experience. Do you know what I mean? Oh my God, Brony, just one little thing, right? If you get a phone call and someone says to you that we've accidentally sent you some money, can you go to the shop and buy some gift cards and give us the number off the gift cards, right? So that we can get the it's a scam. That Brony, that's a scam. That's what they do. Right? I've seen these videos on YouTube where people call up old people and they're like, we've accidentally sent you some money. We need it back. Go to the shop, buy some gift cards, Google Play gift cards. And then the old people get in their cars, go to the shops, they buy the gift cards, get back home, call these people up, and they read out the numbers. And somehow they're able to get the money from the Google Play gift cards. So don't fall for that, right? That is a scam that is really going all around the elderly community. So if we've achieved one thing here today, we might have prevented an old person from being scammed. Oh my God, we are such a great community. We are such a great community. You're welcome. I love that for us.
Delwyn Jones. Let's be real days. London, UK delivered show not only one show, but two. SD and Raw delivered amazing show. Not only there is buzz, but hot crowd did gave us energy from start to end. Hopefully WWE recognize UK deserving bigger PLE.
Well, I think WWE recognize that UK deserve a big PLE, but when it comes to those big PLEs, and we're starting to see it with Rumble and SummerSlam now, WWE want money. So now you have to bid for these bigger shows. So, you know, they don't just give you a SummerSlam. They don't just give you a Royal Rumble. They don't just give you a WrestleMania. They'll give you a B show. They'll give you a Clash at the Castle, or they'll give you a... But even then, they had tax breaks. There was tax relief on these shows. Like, WWE are obviously trying to get what they can financially, and so they should, right? So they should. But yeah, we are definitely in the running. Like the UK, London is very much in talks. We know that London was very interested in getting a WrestleMania, and I don't believe that's changed. But it's just, you got to put the money up, man. You got to put the money up. You've got to make it. You got to sweeten the deal. So if London can do that, then yeah, really there's nothing stopping it. The thing with London is that I think they're trying to figure out, like, I don't know why. I mean, they can sell Wembley. There'll be enough people that would come in from Europe to sell Wembley. I mean, AEW sold 60, 70,000 Wembley tickets for their first show. You telling me WWE couldn't sell Wembley 90,000? Of course they could. So with like how much work they've done in Europe, a WrestleMania, the first European WrestleMania. Come on. Of course it would. Of course it would sell out Wembley. So to me, it's no risk, really. It's just about London putting up the money and just securing it. But I don't know. The UK is fantastic at dragging its heels. If there's something we do really well over here, it's dilly-dally. We're excellent at dilly-dallying. We're really good at like talking stuff through and eventually getting to it, but it probably takes like 10 years to get there. We're not very... we lack spontaneity over here. We're just... honestly, it's just a country full of bronies. We really are slow, elderly, dithering. Do you know what I mean? So I'm sure we'll get to it eventually. But Darwin, yeah, the crowd were hot. The crowd were great. I don't know that. I mean, it helped, but I think the show was better. I think the creative was better. They kind of saved the best for last and went out on that European tour on a bang, really. I thought both SmackDown and Raw in London were the two best shows we had on the whole tour. So, Darwin, if you was actually there, then respect. Brony, shout out to you, my friends. Crying and laughing and sending a heart. So, you do get that. when it comes to older people, they don't really like their age being like mentioned. So I knew that Brony would be a bit touchy about it, but I think the heart is probably because we've just helped him avoid being scammed by those Indian call centers. And it tends to be India. I've seen enough of those videos to know that they do tend to be Indian call centers, right? I'm just telling it as it is. Maybe occasionally you might get some in Africa. I've never heard it, though. It's always been Indian call centers, so I'm just saying. Yeah? Stay vigilant. Stay safe. Right, Mackenzie.
Mackenzie's Goose. I reckon Jade versus Charlotte is feud for SummerSlam.
Jade, Charlotte feud for SummerSlam. There was that little stare down, wasn't there? There was that little look between them, so you could be right. That could be the path that we're on.
The Sunny Wolf. Hey, Days. Hope you're well. You popping into the Discord tomorrow. Notice there was no UFC stream set up.
Yeah, not doing UFC, but I do need to use the time for other things. So we are doing a stream this weekend. We're doing WrestleMania 6. Thankfully, the WWE Vault is doing another watch along, and we're going to do it. So we've been watching old WrestleManias, and people love old WrestleManias in particular. I think it's because it's the biggest show. And I think that there's maybe quite a few that some people haven't gone back and watched. Well, WrestleMania 6 is really good because that, of course, is Hogan against Ultimate Warrior, Hulk Hogan's Ultimate Challenge. We watched WrestleMania 24 last week. We watched WrestleMania 3 the week before that. And now it's WrestleMania 6. I wish it was WrestleMania 9, but it's WrestleMania 6, which is fine. We've done a watch along for that before, 4 years ago. WrestleMania I've seen many, many times, and we're going to do that. So very much looking forward to that on Sunday. So if you're around, come and join us. Because I'm not doing a stream on Saturday, I'm actually going to start the Sunday stream a couple of hours before. So we can talk about whatever goes down on SmackDown. We can preview Raw. We can get our teeth into stuff. So in regards to Discord, honestly, mate, I just don't know. What I know is that I just really can't commit to going in there on a regular basis. Maybe I can find some time this weekend. I genuinely don't know. Saturday for me now, I was really toying with the idea of doing the boxing because there's Joe Joyce against Hrgovic, but I don't think that's one that our community is going to be crazy about. I'm sort of looking at what's available this weekend, and it sort of feels like all the streams are going to be like... I don't see a big stream. Joe Joyce Hrgovic doesn't strike me as like something that the community is going to be really engaged with. And then I look at the UFC show, and the UFC show looks pretty mid in my eyes. UFC is back next weekend, though, with a big monthly pay-per-view, so we're definitely on that. So, I don't know. If I can get in, I'll try and get in, but I really want to use this weekend for setting up streams. I've managed to get the WrestleMania ones done, but I need to get Stand and Deliver done. I'd like to get a couple of weeks' worth of streams kind of on the channel in preparation. Anything I can do, really, to just make it as simple as possible, because this is the calm before the storm. We're about to go into a 2-week period now that I think is going to be bonkers. This is, I think WrestleMania season's here. We've been waiting for it, but I think it's here now. And I think that showed itself last weekend, and I'm expecting some big stuff tonight. So I know we're all keeping our fingers crossed that this is going to be the shows that we've been hoping for. And, well, let's wait and see. So I don't know, but I know that it's just going to be hard for me to get in there on a regular basis. Maybe I could get in there at some point this weekend. But yeah, lots of stuff on my mind that I want to get done. Dan said, what do we think about Heyman versus Rock faction? Heyman versus Rock. A Heyman faction versus a Rock faction. Could do it. I don't know who would be in it. I mean, you'd have Rock would wrestle Cena would wrestle. Maybe there's a third person. Maybe you end up getting Punk, Roman, Seth on the same page. I mean, you ain't getting Brock back. So who would be in a Heyman faction? Seth said he'll never team with Roman, but that might mean he will. But he did turn down being the person for Survivor Series. Don't know. There's maybe a way to it, but I don't know. I don't know that we get to it. There's maybe a way. Fiendish Howdy.
Fiendish Howdy. Do you think Wyatt Six and Alexa return tonight?
Do I think Wyatt Six Alexa returns tonight? I don't know. There's no word on that. And I've said long time ago, I'm just not expecting them. I'm not expecting them because we've done that time after time after time after time after time after time. So I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, I hope we get the Wyatt Six tonight, and then we don't get them, and then we're disappointed again. So I'm done with that. So I don't even think about them. I'm sat here and I'm not even thinking about them. I'd like to see them, but if we don't get them, we don't get them. And, you know, I don't know, perhaps that's like a bit of a moody way to think about it, but surely people have got... If you're someone that's been really excited for seeing the Wyatts, you have not seen them in 2025. So if you go into the shows, each SmackDown, expecting you've just been disappointed after disappointed after disappointed after disappointed after disappointed, there has to come a point where you just, I don't know, just stop thinking about them. They're around, they're in my mind. I'm sure we'll get them again, but I try to find other things on the show to kind of keep me occupied. Like we talk about Cena's heel turn. We talk about what's going on with the Randy replacement. We talk about when could Becky come back, and if she comes back, who's she going after? Like, I really just focus on other stuff. So I'm going to say I hope so, but I'm also going to say I'm not thinking about it. If we don't get them, it won't change my score. It's not like we'll get to the end of the show and I'll be like, well, it would have been an 8 if we had the Wyatt Six, but I'm going to go set, like, it won't even be in my mind. That's just me being brutally honest. So, will we get them? Don't know. I think she goes after... I think if we get Alexa, I think she goes after Liv. So if Liv isn't on the show tonight, how can Alexa go after her? I mean, maybe Alexa has a match and the Wyatt Six do a glitch or something like that, but... I'm thinking that she's going to go after Liv, and I don't know that Liv's on this show. If we find out Liv's on the show, that might increase the chances, because if Alexa's having a match at Mania, I think it's the tag match against Liv and Raquel. But then part of me thinks we're going to need Liv and Raquel around in order to build to that match. 9.Holiday said, are you going to join Pretty Deadly, Big Sexy Date? Well, I could... I've turned them down many times, and I've got many of the outfits that they wear. So, yeah, it has been discussed. Right, William. Let's see what William's got to say. I do try to get to William comments once in a blue moon.
William Hensey, member. Such a loving community. The atmosphere here is despicable. I'm banning everyone I can for anything I can. Spam, curse, do not end every comment with William is my god, ban.
William, shout out to you. It looks like William's going rogue, and I love that for him. Lisa
Brown. Days what if Jimmy blames Jay for what Gunther did to him, and he turns on Jay at Mania, causing Jay to lose his match, and they run back the twin feud, and they get it right this time.
They could do. I don't really have an appetite to see it again after how underwhelming it was. I know it's something they do want to put right. And to be honest, I don't know that Jimmy really is going to work as a face because, well, it's just not worked, has it? I mean, Jimmy just feels a little bit like there's something missing, something pretty big missing. I think him as a face is hard because Jay is so good as a face. The crowd are really with him. So Jimmy always gets compared to that, and it's just a bit of a hard comparison. So I sort of feel a little bit sorry for Jimmy, So maybe Jimmy being heel is the right thing to do. Perhaps Jimmy's success lies in being more of a heel than a face. But, yeah, could go that way. I can't say it won't, but the only thing is I'm not a fan of the flip-flopping. I'm not a fan of, oh, his heel, his face, his heel, his face. Is this now? Is that now? Do you know what I mean? I'm not a big fan of it kind of being flipped around. So it could go that way. I would file it under unlikely because we've obviously done that feud before. I don't know that we're looking to go back to it. But saying that, I have heard them saying that they want to go back to it. I've heard them saying that they want to put it right. But, well, I don't know. I don't know if they'll get that opportunity. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Tom, shout out to you, my friends. I don't know why it won't. There it is. There it is. Okay, we are getting close to the start of this thing. Let's go.
Tom Damiano, member. Do you think they can build up something with Alexa and the Wyatts for WM in this short amount of time? So many disappointments, 2 nights of WM, and it's looking like no Alexa or Wyatts.
I think that you probably can because, to be honest, I think we've already done a little bit of work. What I mean by that is that Liv eliminated Alexa from the Chamber and from the Rumble. So that means that she is on her radar. So Alexa can go after Liv. And they can make fun at the fact that Alexa doesn't have a partner. You've got no friends. Then at WrestleMania, you can do Alexa and a mystery partner against Liv and Raquel. And then at WrestleMania, you can show that her mystery partner is Nikki Cross. And then we could have Judgment Day coming down, trying to encourage Liv and Raquel. There could even be the odd moment where you get Carlito kind of tripping Nikki over or something like that. That then, of course, is going to prompt the Wyatt Six to make their presence felt. So are you going to build something big and deep and rich? No, you haven't got the time. But you can get somewhere quite quickly. And I think that to me is quite easy to get to. I mean, every time Alexa's on screen, have the flickers, have the glitches, have the remember who you are type stuff. And then at WrestleMania show that she has joined the Wyatt Six and that Nikki is her partner. I know people might want something a bit more than that. You can always dig into it after WrestleMania. We can always find out after WrestleMania through journal entries, through QR codes. We can always see or catch up with, how did these two come to be together? And what happened? How did she go from not being in the group to now being in the group? There's a piece there that's missing, which you can always fill in afterwards. Maybe you do it before if you can find the time. But I think if you have a mystery partner, I think people would then get excited because people would be saying, I bet it's going to be Nikki. And I think people would be excited by that. I know that it would feel like there was a piece of the story missing. You can easily fill that in afterwards. Easily fill that in by showing us, Alexa arriving somewhere. We did some really good stuff during Nightbirds. There's no reason as to why we can't continue that kind of thing through their Twitch channel. Through their, QR code takes you to the Twitch channel. Here's Alexa finally joining up with the Wyatt Six, and you can get that missing piece of the puzzle after. So, I think we can get somewhere, but actually telling like a deep, rich story, I think would be very, very challenging, considering we've got 3 Smackdowns, and that includes this one that we're about to watch. And we are... so close to WrestleMania. Sweet Home Chicago. Our final destination is the Allegiant Stadium. Beautiful stadium. Beautiful stadium. A sold-out All-State Arena. I mean, you know that when Punk comes out, this place is going to go bananas. Loud CM Punk chants. Loud CM Punk chants. There is Braun Strowman. Last man standing. #1 contenders match for the United States Championship. There's Solo. There is Jacob. There is Tama Tonga. Let's go. Right, we are underway. There's LA Knight. Yeah. LA Knight. Booze for DIY. Booze for DIY. There's Motor City Machine Guns. #1 contenders match coming up tonight. Kevin Owens is set to address his WrestleMania status on tonight's episode of Smackdown. There, proceed with caution. There is Naomi. Proceed with caution. Okay, so they're just running down the card. Dort Knight said Chris for Hall of Fame. Dort Knight, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, loud CM Punk chants. Not sure what we're opening with.
9 Docs Holiday 4. New member. I'm hoping Rey Fenix can hold a candle to the luchador talent of El Grande Americano.
Yeah, so CM Punk's main event in WrestleMania, they're just talking about that. So are we looking back to last week and that segment we are? Okay, so we're just going back to last week and we're just going back to the moment where CM Punk found out he would be main eventing WrestleMania. George Vlogs said, finally the shows are happening whilst I'm home. LFG. Frankie, let's get to Frankie.
Frank 91210. Stone Cold Fella. Oh heck yeet.
Yeet. Wrestle Night said Brock Lesnar guy Chris Van Vliet were behind the announce table. Chicago, my hometown, said Juan. Days is ahead of me. I don't know how I'm ahead, but I shouldn't be ahead. I can't see why I would be getting the show quicker than you in the UK. Days, today is my girl's birthday. Greg, happy birthday to your partner. I hope she has a good day. We are just watching this replay of last week, so we're not missing anything at the moment. Ryan, shout out to you, buds. Jack said, I can't find it on TV or Netflix. Should be on Netflix. Oh, hang on. SmackDown is USA, isn't it, in America? Even so, though, I mean, I can't understand why Netflix would have it ahead of USA Network. Draco said, Days is behind me. Yeah, I think we do. It's always a little bit out, isn't it? I don't know. Live on Netflix. I honestly would think I would get it later than everyone else. Normally, if you watch some on the internet, there's like a slight internet delay. Plus, also, I'm in the UK, so the feed has got to come all the way to me, which, you know, it obviously travels crazy fast, but it still adds a little delay. So I would honestly think I would be behind you guys. Johnny said, Days, yeah, USA Network here. I wish we could just move everything to Netflix. I would save a lot of money. Yeah. Yeah. I can understand that. So Seth was livid last week. And of course, we found out that this was not the favor. But you've always been about 15 seconds behind, America said WrestleNight. Well, I'm happy with that, to be honest. I would much rather be behind a touch than be ahead. So it's a shame that I might be ahead of a couple of people. YouTube has got an option to not have that HD delay if your connection is fast enough, said Daron. Blue Whale Sonic said, welcome to Friday Night Smackdown. Now let's begin. Well, indeed, let's begin. That's the end of the video package. Loud CM Punk chants. Are we starting with Punk? Certainly feels like they're teasing it. He is flipping loved here. And we are. CM Punk. So CM Punk making his way down to the ring. Steps out, gets a great reaction. Look at his shoes. His shoes look awesome. His shoes are all in Chicago colors. They might even be custom CM Punk shoes, you know. He said, I'm going over here. So he goes over. There's a security guard. He greets a couple of fans. There's a young lady there that gives him a hug. Wow, that's amazing for her, isn't it? Look, she goes right back to her dad's. Look at this. Thousands of people, and she managed to get a little hug from CM Punk. Loud CM Punk chants is greeting all the fans. I mean, there just can't be anywhere better for him in the world than walking out at the Allstate Arena. Place going bananas. There's a little smile on his face. He checks his watch. It's clobbering time. He's got quite a nice smartwatch on, actually. There we go. There's a woman there that's filming, nodding away. Yeah, Punk in Chicago is just special. His home, says Joe. His home. WrestleNight. Let's see how you're doing well, buds. See what WrestleNight's saying. It's lovely seeing so many familiar names around.
WrestleNight. The wife and I were supposed to be at this show.
Oh, really?
We spent the money on our Firefly wedding instead. I got a feeling this is going to be an all-time show.
It's certainly starting off hot as CM Punk is standing on the barricades. He's got his arms outstretched. And look at that. We've got people bowing down. There's a large Roman Reigns head that was just shown in the crowd, though. A large Roman Reigns head. Loud CM Punk chants. They're still going as well. Loud chants. Alex, shout out to you, my friend, said a custom shoe designer gifted those to Punk when he was in the UK last week. I saw the post on Instagram about it. Oh, really? I saw Jay getting some custom trainers that were like Waffle House themed. I did not see CM Punk
Alex
getting
Marcy.
some.
$6 Canadian.99. Custom shoe designer gifted those shoes to Punk while he was in the UK last week. Saw the lads post on Instagram about it.
Alex, thank you, my friends. Okay, so CM Punk is in the ring. They told me, I don't know where to begin, but they told me. They told me the best TV audiences were overseas, but I knew we were coming to Chicago. CM Punk getting the camera. So CM Punk with the camera is filming the crowds. Yes! Oh my God. When the in-ring career is over, there is a brand new career for CM Cameraman Punk. Yeah, Wade Barrett's like, Rico's out of a job. Chicago, make him some noise. CM Punk just giving us a glimpse. Loud CM Punk chants. Just getting a glimpse of what it's like to stand in the ring and... Oh. No, you are. You very much are. I didn't know that about CM Punk. I didn't know that he had gone through that. Yeah, man. You do you. You do you, CM Punk. You do you. Yeah, good start. Hot start. So it's basically said, excuse me, those in TV land, but I do just want to thank 16,000 old fans that have come out to support me. I don't know if you've heard, but I'm in the main event of WrestleMania, says CM Punk. That has gone around, yes. Love that. Him with the camera was awesome. He's really worked this crowd up. He's got them all fired up. Obviously, we've got others that need to come out. You deserve it, champ breaks out. He says, I deserve it. I've earned it. So he's talking about how he wasn't supposed to be here. He talks about dressing as Al Capone. I appreciate everyone congratulating me. He's really fired up. I mean, there's not much he can say. He's just talking about his history, really. He thanks April. That prompts AJ Lee chants. AJ Lee chants. AJ Lee. She might be a bit mad at me. Larry. Larry won't be upset if you chant his name. Larry, Larry, Larry. That prompts Larry chants. This is a really interesting segment. It feels like go out there and talk, babyface it up, play with the crowds. It actually feels like a promo you would get after a live event in Chicago. I'm going to whip Seth Rollins' ass. I'm going to put a beating on the tribal chief. Mania! Well, there we go. Lots of energy. Here's Heyman. Here's Heyman. Heyman comes out. Big reaction. This could be an interesting segment if Heyman and CM Punk just share a moment together. Yeah, Chicago. I tell you what, Chicago's in fine voice tonight. Sorry, I'm a bit late. No disrespect to the second city. And no disrespect to the second city Saints. The best in the world, CM Punk. Okay, CM Punk said, I was just getting to thank you. Now this could be really interesting. This could be really interesting. These two alone in a ring together. You can't escape that EC dub chant. Heyman likes it. Heyman likes it. What can your wise man? What can your wise man do for you? I could be the voice of the voiceless. You belong here. That's what Heyman says to Punk. You belong in this ring. You belong in Chicago. You belong in the main event of WrestleMania. This is really compelling because I don't know where this is going. That was a bit funny. Heyman just giving us a bit of the backstory here of last year. I begged you My tribal chief is in trouble. I have no one else to turn to. Do me this favor. Please. You saved the bloodline. I thank you. I've got one more favor to ask. These are adding up. We are stockpiling favors, yeah? What is this other favor? Oh, please tell me the favor that I owe you. Heyman wants to know. He doesn't know. Do you know what happens when they get angry? Is Roman not there? Yet. Yet. Ooh, the favor will affect Roman. So he's going to reveal the favor, and it is going to affect Roman. But he doesn't want to say until Roman's actually there. There we go. Quite a compelling open. Really, if you boil it down, it's, oh my God, Chicago, we're so great. I shouldn't be here, but I am, and I'm going to be in the main event of WrestleMania. Heyman comes out and says, you deserve to be here. And then he says, can you please tell me what the favor is? And CM Punk says no. Not until Roman's here. And then he leaves the ring. It was that in 20 minutes. Joe Adamo, shout out to you, said apparently CM in Punk's name means cameraman. Love that. Cameraman Punk. CM Punk. Right, we've got a very dramatic video for Rey Fenix. James said, I told you he'd reveal the favor. You were doubting me. Rey Fenix, debut next. Next. The injury to Kevin Owens is said to be serious. The closest sources to Owens have said, apart from one who indicated it is a significant injury, WWE wanted to keep this injury under wraps. The extent of it is not confirmed. That coming from Wrestling Observer. There has been word doing the rounds that Kevin Owens could be on this show and he could reveal as to what this injury is and what it means for WrestleMania. So we could get word on that. So the show opening with CM Punk. Quite a long segment, but I don't know. It was pretty fun. I did not hate it. Good segment. Don't have a problem with it, said Ninja, but it would have been better if Roman or Rollins had got involved. Opala, shout out to you. Let's see what Opala's saying. Hello, Wrestle with Andy. Hope you're well, buds. See what Opala's got to say. We are at commercial break, by the way, guys. Get your thoughts in.
Hey, Days. On the 18th to the 20th, I will be in Isle of Wight.
Oh.
So that means the first WrestleMania, I will have to wait and watch it on the 20th.
Uh-huh.
So not going to be watching the first half live.
Is that Isle of Wight Festival, is it? No, it'd be a bit early for that, wouldn't it? Are you just going there, are you?
Alex Marcy. I'm so glad they are debuting Rey in Chicago Dralucha. This is perfect.
Good shout. Good shout. Wrestle with Andy.
Wrestle with Andy. Member. Days do a freestyle over this beat during the break.
That is a good idea. Maybe not quite right now, but you know I could, and it would be sick. And I would imagine it would be better than Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us. I would definitely find a way of calling someone a paedophile.
J14. The Sunny Wolf 6.510. It's a fun movie and looks visually stunning as a lifelong Minecraft player. The overall story is fine, but it's a bit corny and targeted for kids.
Heard mixed reviews of the Minecraft film. It's obviously not a film that's going to resonate with me, but yeah, I've heard a few mixed things for it. Should still do better than Snow White, though, to be honest.
Pulse Blue. Love that open. It accomplished something. Punk was as real as ever, and even dropped a rock dig which popped me. Love he and Paul's dynamic. Really well done open.
Ellis Dub, shout out to you, buds. Hannah
W.E. Days, with little time left. How would you get Balor, The New Day, Penta, and Andrade on the WrestleMania card?
Balor's expected to be in a Intercontinental Championship match. I think Penta's meant to be in that as well. New Day, rumors are that they'll take on the War Raiders. They've sort of teased that the other day. Andrade, I've not heard anything. I don't know that he'll make the card, to be honest. Opala.
Opilas Travels. Days, no, not Isle of Wight Festival, just going there.
Yeah. It's a place that, I mean, I lived in Southampton, so I was very close to the Isle of Wight, but I never went.
Alex Marcy. Days UK track would go so hard. Imagine a song with Days and Skepta.
Oh, mate. Let's go. Hey, look, Nathan Frazier is going to be the opponent for Rey Fenix. So we had Axiom take on Gunther. Now we've got Nathan Frazier, one half of Fraxium. Oh my God, I love that for us. I love that for him. Nathan Frazier. Okay, so here we go. Lights. That sort of shout at the start sounds a little bit like Logan. Okay. Okay, he comes walking out. I don't mind the lighting effects. Here's Rey Fenix making his WWE debut. I like the mask. I like the mask. I like the colours. I like the fire theme. Yeah. He doesn't have the same sort of impact that Penta does. But I like the fire theme that they've gone for. He's going to be taking on Nathan Frazier, one half of Fraxium. Oh, hello, mask on mask. Well, there we go. I mean, I think it's okay. It doesn't grab me quite the same as Penta's entrance, but I think it's fine. Yeah, it's good. He feels like a big deal. Oh, hello. Wade Barrett's like, I might try that myself. Oh, mate, I would pay to see him try. Okay, so Rey Fenix has made his way down. What do you think about that as an entrance? Let's get a poll up, shall we? Phoenix entrance. Did you like it? Working on the... I mean, listen, you're going to get a great match here. I mean, this is such a good opponent for him. Boom. Nathan Frazier goes down. They both kip up. Yeah, Nathan Frazier backs over against the ropes. I wonder if these... No, I don't think they did. I was going to say, I wonder if these two faced on Dark or something, because Nathan Frazier obviously competed a few times in AEW, and Rey Fenix was over in AEW. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that by Nathan Frazier. This is a flipping showcase for Nathan Frazier as much as it is for Rey Fenix. Big boot to the midsection. Oh, my God. Over against the ropes goes Phoenix. Lovely kick. He's back up on his feet, looking to roll up. 1, 2. No joy. Reverse 1, 2. Kick out there by Nathan. Going up. Oh, lovely. Boom! It's like a Frankensteiner. Hurricanrana. Kick coming into the midsection. Got a face-to-face tonight, Charlotte and Tiffany. B-Fab against Naomi coming up tonight as well. Nathan Frazier gets Phoenix to the outside against the ropes. Oh, got a little caught on the ropes. But that was okay. I think he's still got enough of it. He's probably going to be a little frustrated by that, Nathan Frazier. Just got a little caught on the ropes. He's looking to go up on the top. Whoa! To the outside. It's good, isn't it? It's solid. It's solid. As we go to commercial break. Little bit of a botch, said Lawrence. Yeah, little bit of a botch there by Nathan Frazier. And I think that'll frustrate him, but nothing too bad. He still managed to get some of it on that suicide dive. Tell you what, though, I love that spot at the start of the match where he was going against the ropes. And instead of going into the middle, he would like shoot over to the side. And then he'd go over there and then he'd shoot over to the side. So Rey Fenix kept thinking he was coming, but he never did. So he'd go and then go over there. And Rey Fenix was like getting a bit frustrated. Nathan Frazier moving at such a speed. You don't know if he's coming at you, if he's shooting over here, if he's going over you, under you. You just don't know what's coming from him. He's an excellent talent. Nathan Frazier, I'm so excited by. Kick out. The Fraxium tag team has been incredible for both of those guys. And we saw Axiom in there with Gunther. And how great that match was. Right now, he's got him up. We are at commercial break at the moment, but the action is continuing on Netflix. Frazier goes back to the corner. Boom! 1, 2, shoot. Oh, lovely. Lovely. Shooting star by Nathan Frazier lands on Rey Fenix. Vince is rolling over in his grave at the fact there's a second lucha called Rey said wrestle with Andy. That's good. He is, you are right. Face first, Rey Fenix. There's no slowing down here, even during commercial break.
Jolson Gafflin. 8 days. Superstars would return after WrestleMania, who could come back that's never been on WB TV for a long time or after injury.
Yeah, there's quite a few. I mean, like people like Asuka, Kairi Sane, obviously Ilya Dragunov, Becky Lynch. So there's quite a few that we could see. Right now, we've got Nathan Frazier in control, throwing in a knee to the back, going over, snapping at the head to kick out. Okay, so right now we've got a headlock being applied by Nathan Frazier. We've got 30-odd seconds till we return. Headlock being applied by Nathan Frazier. They are just slowing it down as we are about to come back from this commercial break, but they've really actually been cooking during commercial break as well. Let's go down. Dr. Luchalala, shout out to you. Two, one. Referee, you could hear him counting down. 4, 3, 2.
Luchalala. Member. Crazy how Phoenix gets a better pop than Dragon Lee when they are somewhat similar. But don't get me wrong, I'm so happy for him.
Referee counting down there as we were coming back from commercial break. Nathan Frazier is up on the top, gets pushed back, lands on his feet, he sticks the landing. He goes up, he's back up again, big superplex. Nathan Frazier, oh, going for the cover. 1, 2. Jeez. Nathan Frazier just brings so much energy, so much excitement. Mate, he is really taking this opportunity. He is really taking this opportunity. Right now, we've got Nathan going up. I love the fact that Nathan's not just out there to just job. Oh, he tried to stick the landing. Phoenix moves out the way. Kick coming into the midsection. Another big knee there. Rey Fenix goes down. Right now, Nathan grabbing Rey Fenix. Looking to pick him up. Phoenix lands on his feet. Over against the ropes. Oh, drop kick. Going up top. Big move. Incoming. Runs on the ropes. Big boot by Rey Fenix. Right now, on the shoulders. He's going to drive him down. Oh, my God. Head first. He didn't win. I was literally about to say Rey Fenix wins. How did Nathan Frazier flipping kick out of this? He should not have kicked out of that. Dude just got dumped on his head. Dude just got dumped on his head. Oh my God. Boom. Big kick coming in. Both guys are down. If that's not the finishing sequence, what's the finishing sequence? Is someone setting off a nuclear bomb? Like, how do you get bigger than that? Nathan Frazier back in the corner. Oh, kick coming in there by Rey Fenix. Looking to charge over. Oh, what a kick! What a kick! Right now he's got Nathan Frazier up. Big chop coming in. Is this a muscle buster? He's got him in a muscle buster position. Oh, driver. 1, 2, 3. And that does it. That does it. Rey Fenix picks up the win. I don't know if it should have gone beyond that spot earlier, but doesn't really matter. What a match. Nathan Frazier looks so good in this. Rey Fenix looks so good in this. Well done, everyone. Well done. Let's get the thoughts of the community as Byron Saxton is in there. They did this with Penta, didn't they? Like, do an interview straight after he won. Gracias, Chicago! Gracias, Chicago! He said, I've got a lot of history in Chicago. Tonight is so much more. It's not... I don't know what he said. He kind of shouted it. I waited my whole life to say this. I am... I am a WWE animal. There we go. Okay. Now that was an impressive win, said Santos. Berto. Come on. He's just a flash in the pan. Berto says he's better. I'm down for Berto against Fenix. I'm down for that. Yeah, let's go. I'm down for that. So perhaps that's going to be next week. Coming up tonight, Motor City against DIY, number 1 contenders match. Days, imagine Phoenix meant when he said, I wanted to say this my whole life, F you, Khan. That certainly would have been a talking point. LS Dub said, great match. There's a lot of spots in there that immediately sets him apart from the rest of the roster, just with how he's giving and taking moves. Alex said, I've worked with so many Mexican people that their accent is now second nature to me. Yeah, I couldn't quite pick out all of the words that he was saying, to be honest. Like, there was so much passion in there, and he was, do you know what I mean? Like, really shouting it out. But I couldn't quite make out what he was saying. Dun 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 dun. Right, we are at commercial break. Get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts. We'll jump in and we'll read some. Dun 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 dun. Right. They gave Phoenix the same post-match promo treatment that they did Penta. It didn't quite land like Penta's promo, but part of that is due to the city they're in. Penta cut his promo in San Diego. In real life, Humberto and Angel are both called Humberto. Are they? Is that Angel's real name as well? Could be Berto 1 and Berto 2 then.
McDubby. Days, based on your deep analytical excitement for Nathan, do you see him as a future WWE title holder?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know about the top world title, but tag belts, definitely. Mid-card belts, definitely. It's always hard, though, when it comes to a world title, because the stars have to kind of align, don't they? There's lots of great... I mean, you would have said that Finn Balor would have had multiple world title runs, and it's not gone that way. Still could. I mean, he's had a Universal title for 24 hours, but honestly, if you watched NXT and you saw how much excitement there was around the Demon and Finn Balor, I mean, it just felt like a no-brainer that he was going to go on to be a multiple-time world champion. And it's just not panned out that way, so you can never quite tell. There's no way of really knowing, because there's so many things that can go wrong. But Nathan Frazier getting to the main roster, I mean, seems to be a given. Him being used because of how good he is in the ring seems to be a given. If he gets put in the tag division, the competition's not that hard, so I can't see any reason why you can't find himself in a tag team that wins tag title gold. I think he's good enough and will be used enough to get himself to a mid-card title, but unlocking a world title, would never know that. There's people you can have confidence in, like an Obafemi or whatever, but there's just so many moving parts. The stars kind of have to align.
Opulas Travels. Yeah, I am going to do some travel vlogging and also meeting family there. I have been to Isle of Wight in 2023, and wow, it was such a beautiful place to visit.
It is very picturesque. I used to work with someone that lived on the island, told me about how amazing it was.
Donald Landmeyer. Punks wants Heyman to escort him at WM. Paul turns on Punk. Remember Paul mentioned a year ago, Paul asked Punk to take him with him. He didn't the next week Heyman went through a table.
Donald, shout out to you, buds. No one really cares about Damian Priest unless you're feasting off my scraps. You couldn't face me like a man. You hid in the shadows like a vulture. So we're seeing last week when he was attacked by Damian. I need to pray. When Drew prays, bad things happen. Okay, so little promo there from Drew. Now we're seeing Jacob. So a little recap from last week. Right, Mr. Bones, shout out to you, my friends. Welcome. Appreciate the support. And the Jimmy J gifting some Wrestling Days memberships. Really appreciate that, my friends. People have been really kind tonight with firing in gifted memberships, and it's so appreciated. So shout out to you, buds. We've got Braun Strowman just saying a few words. He says he's going to take the US Championship. Oh, who's laughing? Solo. You're finished. Here's LA Knight. Don't waste your energy on this pumpkin head. Yeah. You should be worried about me. I am worried about you. I am worried about you. I'm worried about you because I'm going to be stomping your ass out. With everybody saying LA Knight making his way out. LA Knight, yeah. Okay, LA Knight. Is it LA Knight against Tama Tonga, is it? Certainly what it felt like it was implying. Okay, let's end the poll, shall we? And see what you lot thought about our first match. Phoenix versus Nathan Frazier. Loud. The crowd are really good tonight. Really good.
Hasib-San. Days, what if WWE knew that KO was injured since last week? Hence they had Cody and Randy have a confrontation. Cuss Randy going to be special guest ref.
Oh. I suppose he could be a special guest ref. I just really hate special guest refs. They're always going to get involved, aren't they? And, well, I don't know. It's a good shout. It's a good shout. It's not something that I'm particularly looking for, but, yeah, perhaps that's the direction they look to go, use him as special guest ref. I can't imagine Cena would be thrilled about that because we know that Orton and Cody are really good friends, so I don't know. Sometimes it just doesn't make sense. I think that's my problem with it. When Adam Pearce made Bianca special guest ref, literally everyone was like, what? How does that make any sense? And of course it goes the way that you expect it to go. to sort of do that to the WrestleMania main event. I mean, even if Randy turns heel and betrays Cody, like, I don't know. I think I'd much rather it not go that way, but it's a good shout because, well, maybe that is something they've got in their minds. Perhaps they're thinking that is how they'll use him.
Phoenix. Not a fair of that Drew promo reminded me of Roman crying about Punk, like they both forgot how wrestling works.
Phoenix, shout out to you. Let's get another comment.
JB. Member. Gotta respect the LA Knight entrance. Just walks to the ring like a normal person. Gets in and that's it. Number 8-minute aura farming spectacle.
Aura farming is my new favorite catchphrase. Aura farming. We do a lot of that, actually. Try to farm aura. That's a brilliant way of wording it. Aura farming. Very good.
Favorite Punk versus Roman winner becomes head of table.
Very good. Punk versus Roman winner becomes head of the table. Well, we do have Seth involved, don't we? I don't think they're taking Seth out of that match.
David Duffett. Trump will tariff Phoenix, then he will be released.
Trump will tariff Phoenix and then he'll be released. David, shout out to you. Mackenzie
Scoos. Drew needs a parrot called Iru Braun.
Drew needs a parrot called Very good. Who's ready for Mania? Said Puranda. Oh yeah, born ready, mate. Born ready. I don't know how hyped people are for Mania, but I'm sure people are pretty hyped. But I don't know, there's a few gaps in the card at the moment, isn't there? And the European tour was okay, could have been better. I think we just need like some really hot segments, hot shows to, really get that fire burning,
The Sunny Wolf. Hey, Wrestling Days, I've sold over 52 of my books.
Oof.
Had to buy 2 of my own again for an older gentleman that resides here. He wanted my books.
I bet he wanted more than that, Sonny. An older gentleman. Brony! Was it Brony? Do you live with Brony? Oh my God. Sonny, shout out to you. I think when he said, I'd love to have a look at your books, I'm going to guess that wasn't the word that he said. I think he might have said something else and you just misheard. That poor man. That poor elderly man that came in and was like, oh, I'd love to have a look at your books, like that. And you went, books? Yeah, no problem. And he was like, what? What? I can have a look. Yep. Yeah, that's honestly no problem. I would love for you to see them. I would absolutely love for you to see them. He probably thought his birthday and Christmases had all arrived at once. Imagine his disappointment. Come back Saturday and I'll show you them. Hey, I bet he was like this on Friday night. Trying to get to sleep. Like that. Making his way down. And then you're like, here you go. And he's like, what are these? See, how's this? No, I bet he loved it, mate. I bet he loved it. We got Solo on the outside. Oh, hello. Let's see what Sonny is saying.
The Sunny Wolf. Member. Lamau Days, he skimmed through my 2 books in my room and said he wanted them, so I went and bought the 2 for him. He didn't have an Amazon account.
Listen, I know men. I know men better than men know themselves. It was not his books that he was looking for. It was not. It wasn't that he was after. I'm just warning you. Yeah, I'm just letting you know the lay of the land. Tama Tonga being hurled into the corner, so it is LA Knight versus Tama Tonga. Kicks coming in. Alex, see what Alex got to say. Collides into Tama.
Alex Marcy.
Tama down.
FC Tama Tonga gets new gear and he's going to lose FFS.
Against the ropes goes LA. Through the ropes. Down goes Tama Tonga. Right, we're nearly done with the first hour. So the first hour is almost behind us. Tama Tonga getting smashed into this Smackdown commentary table. He's having a word there with Solo. Yeah. Shoulder to the midsection. Solo jumping up. Gets back down again. Shot coming in. LA Knight goes into the edge of that table. Honestly, that table is not fun, is it? That table is not fun to collide into. I don't know why they've not made it a little bit more, I don't know, easier for the wrestlers to kind of collide into that table. There's no give on those tables. Oppola said, I finally got back into my marathon. I've watched WrestleMania 33, 34, 35. I'm now on to 36. Oh. Good luck with just getting through 36. Not a WrestleMania I ever revisit. Well done getting through 35.
Jennifer Teeters. Solo goes from top enforcer to trying to outsmart Moose and Squirrel.
Yeah, the drop-off has been, should be studied really, shouldn't it? It's been a real step down for these guys. LA Knight down.
James
We are
Chadwick.
at commercial break.
Days, I got a signed Lex Luger WWE Slam Tops card on the app today.
Ah, very good. Very good. Hope you're enjoying that, James. Jennifer, shout out to you. Smurfy Toon said, come on, Tama. Do it for Pumpkin Sokoa. He did say he had a pumpkin head, and I can't stop thinking about that now. Right now, Tama looking for the pin, but shoulder up there by LA Knight. Right now, Tama coming over. He's got a chin lock in. Wrestler Andy said, I think that Solo main evented SummerSlam not long ago. Oh, it's crazy, isn't it? The drop-off really does need to be studied. It really does need to be studied. Alex
Marcy. 36. I revisit simply for the Boneyard match and the Firefly Funhouse. The triple threat ladder match, I think, was honestly a great match on that card.
Alex, shout out to you. Maggie
Lusk. I think the table's made of concrete lol. I am the table.
Yeah, the table's got no give to it whatsoever. It is brutal. Mark, shout out to you, buds. 53 seconds, and we'll be back with Smackdown. See what Mark's saying.
Mark 420. Days, I have been watching your stream me and Chasity Plum a long time. I think it's like since WrestleMania 39.
Mark 420, I really appreciate that, dudes. That's a long time. 39. I mean, we're coming up to 41. That'll be 2 years. So, I mean, that's a long time. So, I really appreciate it, man. I appreciate everyone that joins us and shares their thoughts. I mean, we just throw ideas around. We talk about, is that likely? Could that happen? But, I mean, you know, been plenty of stuff that people have mentioned that have actually come through and have actually happened. So, community tends to be, the community's got so many thoughts that, you know, there's some really interesting alternatives that don't quite ever come through that I wish had. So, Yeah, it's good to kind of dig in, see what people are saying, get people's thoughts, get people's reactions, see what they think about the matches, see what they think about people's new entrances, and just getting that live reaction. So I appreciate you joining in with that, buds. Let's see what Puta has got to say. Puta. LA Knight against the ropes.
Remember, the Rey Fenix match was excellent and good on Frazier. He was busting his rear in there.
Oh, yeah, he put a shift in. Tama Tonga with a clothesline. Down goes LA Knight. Tama Tonga in control. Roll by Tama Tonga looking for a suplex. Gets it. LA Knight down going for the pin. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by LA Knight. Shot coming in there by Tama. Tama looking out at the crowds. So Tama in control. Grabs LA Knight. Big shot coming in. He's going back to the corner. He's perched. LA Knight sucks. That was good. LA Knight sucks. Elbow miss though. He's kind of rolling over to the other side. Here's LA Knight crawling over. Big boot coming in. Big right hand. These two exchanging blows. Jabs coming in there by LA Knight. LA Knight getting back into this match. Boom! Big clothesline. And again. Over the other side. Oh, goes first. Netbreaker by LA Knight. Tama Tonga coming over. He gets scooped up. Planted. Surely we're getting to the end of this thing. This thing didn't need loads of time. L.A. Knight. Elbow connects. I've got the pole lined up. Okay, so he's behind Tama. Tama slowly crawling over, slowly getting up to his feet, and he does. Turns him round, BFT. No joy. Gets the ropes, holds on, back elbow. Solo tries to interfere. Boom! Right in the pumpkin head. Roll up 1, 2. Kick out by LA Knight. Kick out by LA Knight. BFT connects. 1, 2, 3. Done, mate. Done, mate. So, there we go. LA Knight gets the win. No real surprise there. So, we're going to find out his WrestleMania opponent later. Braun or Jacob. Okay, we're backstage with Paul Heyman. Heyman, look at me. Ladies and gentlemen. No matter what the favor, my answer is yes. Whatever the favor is, my answer is yes. Any favor you want, the answer is yes. My tribal chief, you have arrived! Oh, it's Seth! Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. What a welcome. I thought he was going to give him a hug. Ah. You thought the other Shield guy... You look awful. Seth said he had a great week. He's got a plan. This favor thing. You've got yourself into a hole. So this favor, is it getting revealed tonight? I hope so, because all the pieces are set up, aren't they? I mean, whatever it is, it's going to be something that Roman is not going to like. There is the theory that it is that he's going to have to walk Punk to the ring, not Roman to the ring. I want you to walk me to the ring. That'll annoy Roman, but as soon as the entrances are done, it's kind of forgotten about, really. I think I'd like it to be something more than that. Here's Charlotte. We're going to get a face-to-face. Tell you what, that outfit's not leaving a great deal to the imagination. Is it me, or is this a terrible WrestleMania? I mean, last year I was buzzing. What happened, said Max. Let's see what Max got to say as we go to commercial break. Go on, Max. Floor is yours.
Max Man. Is it me, or is this a terrible WrestleMania? I mean, last year I was buzzing for WrestleMania. What's happened? Only looking forward to Cena match. Even triple threat Roman resigns is a bit yawn.
I just think that some of the stories just are a bit flat. I mean, in regards to CM Punk and Roman, I think that match would be better if there was real beef between those two. They'd fired on each other and, you know, it was a big singles match. I think Seth feels like a third wheel. I mean, I sort of look at Seth being the third wheel in that match. You could have CM Punk against Seth and really just have kept building on how much... I mean, don't forget, when CM Punk first came in, Seth was livid. Do you remember he kicked off and we were like, is it a work? Is it a shoot? And he was absolutely flipping, doing his nut, and he was just livid. You know, we could do Punk against Seth as a singles match at WrestleMania. If I think about it that way, then Roman feels like the third wheel. But whichever way I look at it, someone feels like the third wheel. To be honest, think of the history between Roman and Seth and the Shields and all of that backstory. CM Punk sort of feels like he's the third wheel if you look at it that way. So it's one of those where everyone's got a reason to sort of beef with each other, apart from Roman, CM Punk, which... they're kind of doing the whole favor thing, and maybe that's going to add some spice to that. But I think, for me, any combination of singles matches between those three works better than the triple threat, personally. And I think you could really dig into it, get some great promo exchanges. I agree, Cena, Cody is probably the most engaging. Tiffany, Charlotte, I just think people just don't care for Charlotte. I think Tiffany gets the win there. Jey Uso obviously has been a bit divisive as a Rumble winner. People are a bit split as to whether that match is right or not. People wanted better for Drew. They're not really crazy about Drew Damian. I don't know that spot last week changed a great deal. I think it made it a little better. The triple threat women's match, honestly, I think would be better if it was Bianca versus Rhea one-on-one. But I think they wanted to find a way of getting Io in there. It sort of feels like we've bloated it a little bit. It sort of feels like the build has got a bit, like, you know, it doesn't feel like it's personal enough. It doesn't feel like the creative has kind of been creative enough, and it feels like we've kind of added some extra people in that shouldn't really be there. And, you know, some of the decisions have been a bit questionable. So, yeah, I kind of get that. I mean, to be honest, I just want to see what the final card looks like. I just want to, rather than worrying about WrestleMania, which I know is only a few weeks away, because WrestleMania is always going to be WrestleMania. I think this one is looking like it's going to be a step down from last year, but that's okay. It probably should be. Last year was WrestleMania 40. We can't keep doing shows as big as the anniversary, you know. WrestleMania 30, for example, was massive. You know, it was hard to match that. 31, I think, gave a good account of itself, but it was no 30 in my book. There was too many wrong winners at 31. But, yeah, it's looking like 41's going to be a step down from 40. And as I said, it probably should be. 11 was a big step down from 10. I would say 31 was a step down from 30. And I think 41's going to be a step down from 40. But can it still be good enough? Can it still be exciting enough? And we've still got a few weeks now that we're off that European tour to really, you know, make some progress creatively. Here's Tiffany
Wrestle with Andy. If Jay wins the title, we need heel LA Knight to dethrone him at SummerSlam.
If Jay wins the title, we need LA Knight to dethrone him. LS Dub. Tiffany Stratton coming down. She looks fabulous.
Member. Every match just feels like it doesn't know what it is. Few feuds really have a defined focus. I don't know why Seth, Roman, and Punk are facing other than that they all have big egos.
I think they are better as singles matches. Okay, so Tiffany is in the ring. They're both wearing black and they're both wearing like quite lacy numbers. I wonder if that was by design. I wonder if they're trying to go with the angle of Tiffany is trying to be the next Charlotte. Because look at what they're wearing. It's quite similar. It's not identical, but it's quite similar. So Wade Barrett is moderating. Tiffany Stratton getting her introduction. We did just get the Aleister Black vignette, by the way. Boos for Charlotte. Boos for Charlotte. Loud boos for Charlotte. People really don't like her. That's breaking news. That news is just coming through. Do you hear that? That's power, says Charlotte. Hey, Chicago, what time is it? That was cute. Hey, Chicago, what time is it? Tiffy time! That was cute. Here we are. I'm the gift that keeps giving. I hadn't done any charity work lately. I want to know if they've worked together backstage. There is no comparison. Boos for Charlotte. Did she get her wooing? Your biggest competitor has been the fans, and that's a battle you'll never win. That's nice. That's nice. I like the reference to the talk show. When all is said and done, you'll always come second to your daddy, Ric Flair. Just like you'll come second to me. Do you hear that? That's power, says Tiffany. I like Tiffany's, I tell you what, she's trying to get more of the spotlight here, Tiffany, and it is working for her. You've just regurgitated what my opponents have said. Loud boos. I want to see how Charlotte deals with this, you know. This is very interesting because I think Charlotte's got a very unfair playing field here where the crowd are really against her and it's hard for her to talk. So how does she deal with this? She goes to talk, the crowd start booing. Cat got your tongue. This is hard for Charlotte. What do you want me to say? She can't get anything out. The boos are too loud. You can have the last words. Okay, so Tiffany has got, she's done a bit of research here, and that's helping. Oh, don't stumble now. Jesus Christ, Tiffany, you've got an open goal here. You got an open goal. You're so squeaky, I can't hear you. Nepo Queen. I sort of get the feeling these two really don't like each other. I do get that feeling. If they're trying to build up this feud that these two don't like each other, I'm buying it. You're going to be alone, just like you are outside the ring. Is that why Kaiser's in my DMs? Oh. Mate, Tiffany knows that she lost that promo exchange a few weeks ago. She did her homework and she made sure that she didn't lose this segment. That was hard for Charlotte. That was really hard. That crowd made it so hard for her. And actually, Tiffany was very, very well prepared. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Yeah. What? Oh. Oh, I wonder if that'll be Alexa next week. Winners will face for the tag title. That could be Alexa. That could be Alexa. Oh my God. Guys, that could actually be more serious than what we initially thought, what I initially thought. Okay. Street Profits are making their way out. I can't believe Charlotte said that. What about Kaiser being in her DMs? Do you know what? That struck me as a little bit of desperation. I'm going to say something a bit, well, it's not controversial, but I actually feel sorry for Charlotte because I think she's a really good wrestler. I think she's very athletic. I think if it wasn't that Ric Flair was a dad, she probably wouldn't have got into wrestling. But then I feel like you could say that about a lot of people. I mean, if Dusty Rhodes wasn't Cody's dad, I don't know that Cody would have got into wrestling. Bottom line is, the door was open. And once that door was opened, she had to do the work. And, I mean, she's so athletic. She has put on really great matches. If you look at some of the best women's matches going back to 2015, like Charlotte's name's going to get mentioned. I think it would be really different if Charlotte was awful, rubbish, useless, and was still getting opportunities. But the truth is, she's brilliant. She's a great wrestler, and she puts on great matches. And I think people are angry because she's had so many opportunities. And it's Ric Flair's daughter and blah, 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 blah. It's helped, but I can't say that she hasn't walked the walk as well, you know? I just feel really sorry for her. I mean, Cody doesn't get this as a backlash. Cody doesn't get that hate from the fans. You know, Randy Orton doesn't get that hate from the fans, even though his dad was, you know, the flipping, you want to have a conversation about the Usos. You want to have a conversation about Roman. You want to have a conversation about the Anoa'i family that have got Rikishi and Yokozuna and all these people that have come before them. But it's not, you don't get any of that with them, but Charlotte gets it all the time. So I sort of don't share in the hate for Charlotte. I think she's a really good talent. And I feel a bit sorry for her as to, I don't really understand why it's her that gets it and others don't. I thought she did better than Tiffany a few weeks ago in that promo exchange. And I don't know what I've just watched. I don't know if... Because I don't think they like each other. I don't think Charlotte is really keen on Tiffany. I get the sense that they don't like each... If they're backstage now hugging, going, oh my God, that's amazing, then they are just the best actresses. Like, they are so good. But I really get the sense that, like, there's not much talking backstage between them. I get the impression that they might be kind of okay in the sense of they can put a match together and stuff like that, but I don't know, I kind of got the sense there that they were really trying to shoot at each other. I think Charlotte gave the Rookie a little lesson a few weeks ago, and the Rookie has just tried to fire back. I think the Rookie did her homework, and I think that interview that Charlotte did, where she really opened up, that gave Tiffany something to work with. And that was a gift to Tiffany, really, and she used that gift. But to be honest, Charlotte was really up against it with that crowd. She was trying to talk, and maybe she should have just ignored them and just said what she wanted to say. Perhaps she should have just said what she wanted to say, but she couldn't get it out, and that made it worse. So she was trying to talk. The crowd wouldn't let her. She kept abandoning what she wanted to say, which wasn't a good look. Tiffany had some really good lines. I felt like the Kaiser line was just desperation. That was frustration. That was just, I've got to fire back with something. I've got to say something. But yeah, Charlotte takes the L in that. Charlotte takes the L. But I feel a bit sorry for Tiffany because I don't think that Charlotte takes the L because of Tiffany, even though Tiffany had some good lines. I just think Charlotte couldn't get her words out. And she ended up having to abandon a lot of what she just had to try and say. Craig, see what people are saying, what people are thinking.
Craig Brain Impact. Difference is Charlotte came in saying she is her own person and does not want to be seen as Rick's daughter. Then she has done his gimmick since contradicting what she said.
I mean, if you're going to hold something like that when she first came in, I mean, we're going back to what something she must have said back in 2015 or something, or going all the way back to like NXT. Like, we're seriously here 10 years later holding something like that against her. I haven't seen her say anything like that recently. I think it's right that she comes out in those robes. I think it's right that she comes out with that. The crowd love wooing. She'll woo because the crowd love to woo with her. It's a big shadow that she's in with Ric Flair. It's a big shadow that she's got to try and step out of. And I feel sorry for her because I think it's really hard. I think it's really, really difficult. Her wrestling style is certainly nothing like her dad's. She's a lot more athletic than what her dad was. But yeah, she comes out in robes. I mean, I can't say that's a bad thing. I think her robes look amazing. The wooing, the people love doing that. Like, I don't think she can escape that. I don't know, man. That strikes me as not a strong reason for her to get the hate that she gets. I think the truth is that she gets that hate because a lot of people see the amount of world titles that she's won. They see the amount of title matches that she gets. The fact she was out injured for so long, comes back and gets given the Royal Rumble victory. It's the fact that things seem to come so easy to her that I think is the reason why she gets the hate that she gets. But honestly, over the years, I think we've even tried to, make it a little more difficult. The crowd just aren't buying it. I think it's very hard when you've got that stigma attached. I think it's very hard to shake it off. I think there is the consensus that Charlotte is everything comes so easy to her. That message is out there, and it's just going to be impossible to shake that now. I think she has got to find a way of kind of embracing that and making it work. She's a heel for life, and she needs to find a way of kind of using that to her advantage. She's going to get booed, and if she's going to get booed so horrifically, she needs to find a way of making her promos work. Her giving up on her promos was disappointing, to be honest, because she's faced a lot of hostility throughout her career. That's not the first time that she's been booed like that. So for her to be out there and to have it throw her off, which it just did, I think is a real shame. It's a dub for Tiffany, but I can't give Tiffany full credit, even though she had some great lines. That crowd definitely played a bigger part in throwing Charlotte off. Craig,
Brain Impact. Difference is Charlotte came in saying she is her own person. And
Craig, shout out to you. PJ
93, member, £4.99. Hello, sir. How are you? Good show tonight so far. It would have been good if Charlotte could rebuttal. Looking forward to your WM6 stream.
Yeah, PJ, I agree. I would love to have seen a back and forth between Charlotte and Tiffany. I'd love for that crowd to have not just hijacked that segment, because actually, if Tiffany, I think she had some really good lines. The takeaway from that segment for me is one of frustration, because I feel like the crowd just beat Charlotte. Tiffany had some good lines, and there's a chance she could have beaten Charlotte verbally there. But I don't know what Charlotte would have come back with. I don't know what Charlotte would have said. That to me is an example of where the crowd has really got in the way. And there was people saying that from the European tour. That, there's times they want the crowd to sit out. There's times they want the crowd to not get involved and let us just hear the promo. And I really think that Chicago crowd has just derailed that moment there, because I would love to have seen a back and forth and Tiffany come out with a killer line, really stick it to Charlotte, but Charlotte couldn't get a word out. She couldn't say anything. Every time she went to talk, she gave up because the crowd were just getting louder and louder. I'm disappointed she didn't find a way through with that, and it's very frustrating. But it is what it is. That to me is a talking point in the show. There'll be lots of opinions on it, and that to me is a frustrating segment, and one that I wish the crowd had just sat out of a little bit.
Bronny FN. I can't see the booing on Charlotte stopping anytime soon.
No, and she's
going to need to learn how to talk over the crowd.
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree.
Gregory Harrison. Cody elevated himself in New Japan Raw, making AU. He's self-built. Paul Heyman built Roman.
I think the heel turn helped Roman, definitely. I think in regards to Cody, he wasn't getting any heat before either. I don't remember seeing any heat, but then he wasn't getting anywhere either. I think had Cody, when he was dashing and all of that, had he very quickly got to the title and started being around the title picture and winning a lot, maybe then you would have seen the kickback. But the truth is, Cody didn't get to a world title until last year. And with his dad passing away, I think there's been a goodwill towards Cody getting to the title. There's been a go on, do it for your dad type situation there for Cody. Whereas Charlotte has got multiple world titles whilst her dad has been around, and there isn't that goodwill for her. There isn't that go on, Charlotte, you know, that she's kind of, it has just come quite easily for her. But I feel sorry for her because I feel like she's played her part. I feel like the match quality has been very good. I feel like her promos are okay. They could be better. But, I mean, I feel like you could say that about a lot of wrestlers, you know. So, I think it just keeps coming back to that fact that things have kind of felt like they've come so easily. I mean, the fact she's been on the main roster for 10 years... and she's got, is it 13 world titles, something like this, to her name? It is kind of crazy that she's got that many world championships, you know? But in the women's division, it's a lot easier to win world championships, isn't it? It's a lot easier to get them. I don't know how she compares, though, to Becky Lynch. I might have a look at that now.
Wrestle with Andy. Days do you think when Charlotte retires, those fans will all change their tune and say she's one of the greats and cheer her?
Not at first, but I think after a while she'll be looked back on as she'll have a better reputation than she does right now. Becky has got 7. I mean, that puts it into perspective, doesn't it? Becky Lynch has got 7, 5-time Women's World Champion, 2-time Raw Women's Champion. So Becky Lynch on 7, Charlotte Flair, I think it's like 13. Charlotte Flair, 6-time Raw, 7-time SmackDown, and a Divas as well. So she's actually sat on 14. She's got double what Becky Lynch has got. Which is, I can't defend that. I wouldn't defend that. I can't defend that. I can't sit here and say that it's right that she has, within the space of 10 years, been a 14-time Women's World Champion. Be it on Raw, be it on SmackDown, be it the Divas Championship. And Becky is sat on 7. What's Bayley? Let's have a look at Bayley. Bayley is 4. Becky's on 7. Bayley's on 4. Charlotte's on 14. 1, 2. But is that Charlotte's fault? I really feel like people are blaming the wrong person. Is that Charlotte's fault if they're giving her opportunity? What's she meant to do? Turn it down? 1, 2... We're going to have you win the Rumble. Oh, no, thank you. I'd rather not. That doesn't... The math don't math. DIY. Throwing in a kick. Going for the cover. 1, 2. And the save is made. We'll jump to the chat as soon as we get to the next commercial break. Oh, almost backfired again there, DIY. Shelley is in there. Kick coming in, round the back. Tommaso goes into Johnny. Alex Shelley is in. Chris Sabin goes against the ropes. Looking to put Tommaso Ciampa away to the outside. Big shot coming in. Tommaso rolling up. 1, 2, using the ropes. Spotted by the referee. Referee saw that the ropes were being used. Going over in the corner. Roll up. 1, 2, 3. And it's a win for Motor City. So Motor City Machine Guns pick up the victory. So Motor City are going to go on to face Street Profits. Do we know when that match is going to be? So, new number 1 contenders. Motor City go over to confront the Street Profits. This is the only time you're ever going to look at these, said Dawkins. Here's Miz. There is Pretty Deadly. Pretty Deadly, more like pretty useless, says the Miz. Looks like Mello Don't Miz is like a real thing now. We've got a joke for you. How about the Marine 3? How's your musical going? They've got a new track, which is about a character that's not been awesome for 10 years, called The Miz. Oh, you're the Leonardo DiCaprio of tag team wrestling. Some good lines here from Pretty Deadly, actually. So, Pretty Deadly against Mello Don't Miz. Awesome. Awesome. Right. Last man standing match coming up. Ian, shout out to you. See what Ian's saying.
Ian 2020 number 1 British spy. Member, 5 pounds. Oh. I think Charlotte and WWE expected her to come back being cheered by fans, and it simply didn't happen, so plans had to change quickly.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'd like to think that they were not stupid enough to think the fans would be behind her, because the fans have never been behind Charlotte. That feeling of everything's come too easily, she doesn't deserve it, she hasn't earned it, that has been around years and years and years and years and years. So, I think that if they did think that, and they may have done, then I think that was a real miscalculation. Mackenzie said it's when she beats first-time champs in a couple of months. You see, I don't think she's going to beat Tiffany. If she does beat Tiffany, I would just say, whose fault is that? Is that Charlotte's fault? If they give Charlotte the win, is that Charlotte's fault? I don't think it is. I mean, if she beats Tiffany, then I think it's a bad move by creative. And I don't think they will go that way anyway, right? I don't think they'll go that way because I think they can see what we can see. So I think that Tiffany will get the win, and I think this will be a good win for Tiffany. This is the kind of feud that is going to make Tiffany a bigger star. You know, she's gone up against Charlotte in a promo battle. She lost, but then here she's going to win, right? She's going to win this. This will be seen as a win for Tiffany today. And then I think at WrestleMania, she'll actually get the 1, 2, 3. I think she'll actually get the win. Maybe Charlotte even shakes her hand after. I'm not sure. Charlotte will continue to go on being hated. Tiffany will go on with her title reign. But again, I would just throw it back. If they do give Charlotte the win, is that Charlotte's fault? Perhaps Charlotte gets a lot of negativity due to the fact that she's been over-pushed and creative have, you know, given her a lot of opportunities, and that has resulted in negativity towards Charlotte. But it doesn't stop me from feeling a bit sorry for Charlotte as a result, you know. Naomi needs a proper push. Oppola said, it's obvious Charlotte's going to win. WWE wants Charlotte to be equal with titles as her father. I honestly don't know if WWE are looking at that at the moment. Charlotte's still got quite a bit of time left in her career. So, you know, if she's on 14, she needs 2 more title reigns, considering she's managed to do 14 in the last 10 years. She only needs 2. So if the goal is to get her to be equal with her dad or to beat her dad's records, I would say that that doesn't mean that she has to win at WrestleMania. I think that this is... I think this will be a win for Tiffany. I've got Tiffany winning. If they do go with Charlotte, again, I would just throw it back as that Charlotte's fault. If WWE want Charlotte to match Rick's record or beat Rick's records, is that Charlotte's fault? I would say no, it isn't. But it's Charlotte that will get the boos for it. But I don't think it's that anyway. I really don't. I think there's plenty of time for us to get her to that record. It doesn't mean she has to beat Tiffany now with the reactions that she's getting at the moment, you know. Tallulah said, I didn't want Tiffany to win before tonight, but now I need Tiffany to win, says Tallulah. Charlotte is turning into a female Dominic, says Aaron. Poctadil, let's see what Poctadil's saying.
Poctadil, member. What if Charlotte put any effort into making her own character? Randy ain't his dad's gimmick. Bray certainly wasn't IRS JR.
What if Charlotte put any effort into her own character? Well, I mean, I think she has tried. I mean, it's hard because she's just her, isn't she? I mean, she's not Ric Flair. She is someone that comes out in robes and, you know, maybe leaned on the woo at the start. But again, I can't say that that is a Charlotte flaw because I don't think the crowd would allow her to ever escape the woo. You know, if you find out that Ric Flair's son or Ric Flair's daughter is coming into wrestling, you're going to woo at them and she's going to woo back. And if it keeps happening, it's going to become part of your gimmick, isn't it? I don't know. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? How far away from Ric Flair can she get? I mean, I suppose she could go on to do some at Wyatt 6-ish. But if that's not who she is, then that's hard, isn't it? I mean, I think she's way more athletic than her dad ever was. I don't look at her in-ring work and see lots of her dad. You could say, well, she does the figure 8, but this ain't why people are hating on her. That's not where the negativity comes from. It definitely comes from the way that she's been booked. I think Toby makes an interesting point about how there's rumours that Charlotte actively derails pushes for other people. I have heard that. We know about the fallout that she had with Becky, for example, and that might feature as well. Naomi was making her way down, but she's just been jumped by Jade. Yeah, they're trying to get Jade back now. So Naomi had made her way out. Naomi's trying to get into the ring. B-Fab's in the ring. Bella sounded. B-Fab comes over, so we are going to get this match still. Jade's in the entranceway. Naomi up. Clothesline there by B-Fab. And again, Naomi goes down. Naomi looking to go into the corner. Kick coming in there by Naomi. Forearm shot coming in there by B-Fab. Naomi goes over the other sides. Big kick coming in there by B-Fab. Naomi against the ropes. Another big boots. B-Fab going for the pin. Ooh, only just kicking out there, Naomi. Only just kicking out. Days Jr. just returned at a live event. Oh, that's good. Shots coming down here by B-Fab. B-Fab all over her at the moment. Another big blow coming in there by B-Fab. Planting her down. B-Fab looking quite good here.
Opilas Travels. I hate Logan Paul, but at least he can talk over a loud crowd booing hi.
That's true. Yeah, I was disappointed that she wasn't able to overcome that crowd. B-Fab shouting out at Naomi, charging over. Kick misses. Big shot coming in there by Naomi. B-Fab has got her leg caught. Shot coming in. Right now, she's got her upside down in a bit of a tree of woe. Naomi starting to get back into this match. Kicks out at her and B-Fab crashes down. Naomi grabs B-Fab, drags her into the middle. Naomi. 1, 2, 3, and Naomi gets it. That was okay. I suppose it didn't need loads of time, but oh, what? Okay, Naomi has got a microphone. I'm still standing. Jade's in the ring. Big boots. Where you at, Jade? I'm still standing. Jade with Naomi. She's going for Jaded. Can't get it. Too many people have come down. Jade kicking out at these security guards. I think it might be better if some of these security guards were women rather than seeing these big giant guys getting thrown around by Jade Cargill. There's only one solution. What is it? What is it, Queen? Naomi will go one-on-one with Jade's. At WrestleMania. Naomi with a smile on her face. Jade with a smile on her face. You're going to go one-on-one at WrestleMania. So there we go. It is. Okay, here's Damien. Damien with a promo.
King Yeti 1NM0. Member. $10. Damn European crowds making us look bad, lol.
Yeah, Chicago on fire. I mean, Chicago's always been a hot crowd. I mean, I was always very quick to say, don't have a pop at the American fans. I mean, there's plenty of places that are hot. Chicago's one of those. And also, I just sort of feel like it's not a level playing field. Like, you can't really compare America with Europe because Europe doesn't really get that much live WWE. So, you know, like, go into France, go into Spain. going to Italy, like going to Belgium. Like, this is so exciting for those places. It's just not the same when you go to, you know, Ohio or something, you know. Like, we've been there loads of times. They've had lots of opportunity to watch WWE. But Chicago's always a hot crowd, and certainly if you're going to open the show with CM Punk, so they're doing brilliant. They're showing that American crowds can be just as fiery, just as noisy as their European counterparts. So, King Yeti, shout out to you, and King Yeti, really appreciate it. Firing in some Wrestling Days memberships, and really appreciate that, dudes. Look for me in the middle of the ring next week, says Damien. Stop playing the victim. You're going to become my victim at WrestleMania. Okay, here's Kevin Owens. Here's Kevin Owens. He seems to be wearing a Finn Balor shirt. He's got a Bret the Hitman Hart jacket on, and this is going to be a big segment. I mean, for them to do this segment, I've got to think it's him announcing he's out. I've got to think this is him announcing that he's got to step away. Yeah, big segment. Big segment about to come up. Big segment. Right. I mean, I wonder how this is going to show itself. I wonder how they kind of move past this. Are we going to be able to set up, like, his replacement within this segment? Okay, we are at commercial break. We've got just over an hour left of the show. Hopefully Randy still gets a match. Screw it. Just debut Aleister Black now. Get something going. Brony said, I've got no idea what Randy does at Mania now. James said, I hope it's a swerve. Ralph said, it's not happening. Decay said, write him off TV. Will Orton get that punt kick? Well, I don't know. I mean, word is that he's injured. I suppose it could be a case that they find a way of writing him off with a punt kick that delivers. That's kind of what everyone was waiting for. So we're just over a minute and 30. Let's get to a few comments. Let's see where the thoughts are. Matt, shout out to you, buds.
Matt Handy. Hi, Days, long time no see, buddy. I was in the hospital. I had major surgery.
Oof. I hope you're feeling better, dudes. I hope you're feeling better. I'm sorry to hear that. But welcome back, Matt. Welcome back. Sonny, shout out to you.
The Sunny Wolf. Member. Please consider supporting me by buying my first book in paperback, The Thoughts Within, a collection of poems.
Sonny, I hope the book sales continue to go well. Taker 1990.
Taker 1990. Days you think Cena will win since he has skin cancer for the second time. He now has to deal with that.
I don't think that's current. I don't think that's current. I think that's kind of older news that he was only just bringing to light. So I don't think that plays any part in this whatsoever. Ninja said the second hour of SmackDown isn't like the first match and a whole lot of video packages. It doesn't feel like filler for once. Hang on, have I misread that or something? You're saying that second hour was quite good? Let's have a look.
Ninja. Yay, the second hour of SmackDown isn't one match and a lot of video packages about what happened on Raw or last week. It doesn't actually feel like filler for once.
Ninja, shout out to you, buds. Adam
Cox. Member. I saw a KO interview today, and when he came out in a Naomi shirt one time, he couldn't get one to fit him. so he got them to stitch the logo onto his KO t-shirt.
Oh, really? Adam, shout out to you, buds. Okay, we are back from commercial break. We've just got a little video of fame. So, goods, 88, good, 93, goods, 98. So far, we've had one great match. That was our opening match, Phoenix against Nathan Frazier. And actually, you lot really enjoyed that. That got a great 81%. Right, Ninja, what did you think about the second hour? Thought it was good, better than the past few weeks. I think it was okay, yeah. I wasn't crazy about it. I think, I don't know that we've really had anything that's matched that Penta match in the first hour. The match quality hasn't been to that level. The CM Punk, Paul Heyman stuff, I think that was all in the first. I'm not sure when Seth arrived. I don't know if that was first or second. Second's been okay. It's been okay. I don't think it's massively added to my score. I sort of feel like this SmackDown is okay. It's got some talking points. It's certainly not a bad show. But here we go. This third hour could be huge, though. Okay. This is not fun. In this industry... Huh? You might never set foot in the ring again. There's a reason why we say don't try this at home. This is the side of things that I hate. There's a fine line between coming back next week and never stepping foot in the ring again. Dude, how serious is this? What is he about to say? He is definitely out of WrestleMania. Unless this is a monster swerve, but it's a monster. If it is a monster swerve, why would they have Nick Aldis say that? Why would... This feels like it's going to be really significant. Really, really significant. He's talking about having done this for 25 years. Why are we talking like this is all over? It seems like it's my turn to pay that price. Neck surgery. He's out of WrestleMania. Neck surgery. He doesn't know when he'll be back. Oh, no. I mean, there was a real chance he was out of WrestleMania, but I don't think anyone was expecting this. Thank you. And I'm sorry. That's devastating. That is absolutely devastating. I mean, that does not feel like any sort of swerve. Kevin Owens gets out the ring. The crowds get up to their feet. Randy Orton is going to come out, though. Randy Orton's going to come out. I mean, obviously, we don't know where this leaves Randy. I don't know how they play this, to be honest, because this is a very serious situation. You don't want to make fun of it. I can't believe that. I can't believe it's as serious as that. He said for 4 months he's had like a serious neck injury and he is done. I mean, what's going through Randy's head right now? Is he going to shake his hand? I feel like they might shake his hand. Perhaps he doesn't acknowledge him at all. Randy going over is looking to walk up the ring steps. He looks at Kevin. I mean, look, Kevin's out for a long time. If this is neck surgery. And that's it. That's it. A little word. Oh, what did someone say? Something? Someone in the crowd just said something to Kevin. We've cut away from it. We actually have cut away from that. I think someone has just said something. I think this is actually a really tense moment. I don't think that fan realizes. Wow. Wow. I don't think that fan realizes how serious of a moment this is. I'm afraid. You no longer have a match at WrestleMania. Someone's got to come out. Someone's music could hit. We can fix this really quickly. Randy in the middle of the ring. Oh, boom! RKO! RKO! To Nick Aldis! Book it. Book it. There we go. That can be the replacement. Nick Aldis will go up against him. I don't think that's the direction it's going. I think that's just frustration from Randy Orton. But an RKO to Nick Aldis. That WrestleMania dream is not over. We'll get Randy there. Triple H won't leave Randy Orton off that WrestleMania card. No way. No way. But his opponent has not shown itself yet. Or at least I don't think it has. I don't think it's going to be Nick Aldis. I'd flipping love it if it was, though. No, it's not over, Andy. It's not over. It's probably not great for Kevin, though. I mean, neck surgery, I mean, the way he was talking, it might have been, he may have been told that there is a chance that he may not return from it. Smackdown is moving at such a pace this week, says Noctivik. Well. Let's have a look, see what people are saying. Get your comments in regarding Kevin Owens. We've just seen something really big there.
Brawny FN. I really thought a swerve was coming, damn man.
I didn't expect a swerve, but I did wonder if someone was going to come out for Randy.
We weren't going to get Randy's opponent tonight because they don't even know who it's going to be.
Ellis Dub, shout out to you, Ellis Dub, thinking we wouldn't get that because they haven't figured it out themselves yet. James, see what James is saying.
James Chadwick, member. How amazing would it be, though, if Aldis versus Orton at Mania happened?
Yeah, I'd love it. I'd love it. Bob?
End of the night, we see Kevin standing over a beat-up Randy? Possibility.
I don't see it. I don't see it. It would be amazing, but I don't know. To be honest, the way that he kind of lashed out at that fan as well, I don't know that he knew the camera was on him. So I think he walks, he looks devastated. Someone shouts something, he's like, what? And he goes over and we cut away. We cut away from it. Like, let's not show that. Kevin's upset. Let's not show that. I don't know. I don't get the vibe this is a work. If it is, I don't mind being worked. I've said before, like, if wrestling at its best, you know, it does shock you, it does throw you off the scent. If they've done that with this, then brilliant, they've worked me. That does not bother me in the slightest. I don't get the vibe that what they're saying here is, like, not true. But, well, I hope so. I hope it isn't.
Penny for your thoughts, Oxoxoxo. Isn't someone else supposed to be having a retirement match this year? Other than Cena, could it be him?
Goldberg. Goldberg's meant to have a retirement match. Goldberg against Randy wouldn't be bad. I'd be all right with that.
Dean Kohler. Days, I think it's a ploy. Kevin isn't dumb. He takes all advantages to win, and he doesn't think he can beat Randy. I think it's a fake injury to get out of the match.
Okay. Brony
FN. Days wrestle votes saying Charlotte and Tiffy went off script, and what they said wasn't in the rundown for the segment.
I could believe that. It felt... I feel like when they're both in front of each other, I feel like there is some issue there. There's a bit of needle there. I think Charlotte sees Tiffany as the girl that's there to replace her, and she's not willing to make that an easy process. We saw that in the promo thing last week, and I think Charlotte wants to make sure that she, doesn't get shown up. I think wants to make sure that she, if you're the girl that's here to replace me, then, well, show me that you can do that. And, I really have a lot of frustration with that segment because I think Tiffany had some really good lines. Didn't she say something like, you're 0 and 3 with marriages? And, like, talking about how she went onto that talk show and all this kind of stuff. Like, I actually thought Tiffany was prepared. She just had very generic lines when they went toe-to-toe in that sit-down thing. She wasn't properly prepared. This time, she was ready. But Charlotte couldn't get a flipping word out. The crowd just prevented Charlotte from doing anything. And you could say that Charlotte sort of prevented Charlotte. She should have overcome that crowd. But, I don't know. I just think that crowd derailed that segment. But if you're telling me WrestleVotes are saying that it went off script and it didn't quite go the way that it was intended to go, I could believe that. I wonder if there was a couple of lines in there that Tiffany put in that Charlotte wasn't expecting. The way that she yelled about the Kaiser line at the very end, is that why Kaiser's in my DMs? I didn't get the impression that was a line they had pre-prepared. That felt like desperation, to be honest.
George Vlogs. Randy Co was one of my fave matches going into Mania. Now I don't get to see the match live.
Oh, is you going, Moshi Buds? Yeah, to be honest, right now, more than the match, I'm just a bit more worried for. Kevin. I mean, if he's got to have neck surgery, I mean, that's what's in my mind.
Days put Orton in that triple thief botch with Roman, Punk, Seth, and he'd kick all their heads off.
He could do. TJF. He doesn't really have any issue with all of those guys. I don't think they'll do that. I think they'll probably just find a straight replacement. Because I think they're really building that triple threat up in its own right. I don't know that they would look to move Randy into that. But listen, they've got to do something.
All I can go by is wrestling history, and wrestling history says people who give sad news while wearing pink is a work.
Nightmare, shout out to you. I don't think it's been reading names, has it?
Dean Kohler. Member. Days, I promise you, it's a work. He's just doing it to get hour of the match. The next chance needs to be Co as a liar.
Okay. Right, we're just looking back at WrestleMania.
LSW. I don't think people grasp the gravity of neck surgery. I've had knee surgery. That was 2 years ago, and I'm still not fully healed. This is his neck, bro. It's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think it's legit. I know there's people out there that don't. I'm... If it's a work, it's a work. But at the moment, I am believing it. And if that's true, I mean... Oh, last man standing, Matt. Already? Is it? Oh, yeah, this won't be our main event, will it? Because we're probably going to be getting Punk and Roman and everyone. Wow, this is going to be... This is going to bang. The only way to win... His voice just kind of went a little bit all over the road there. The only way to win. Here's Jacob. Jacob coming out.
Penny for your thoughts, Oxoxo. Just found out after 4 months. I don't know. Neck injuries are usually diagnosed pretty quickly. Well, my daughter's was anyway.
Penny for your thoughts. Shout out to you. Okay, here is Jacob. Jacob making his way down. This is going to be our main event match. And then after this, I'm guessing we're going to be getting hopefully quite a bit of time for Roman, Seth, and CM Punk. Your tribal chief. Let's have a look, see what your tribal chief is saying.
Your tribal chief. $5. We commentator Matt Rushmore, Junior Cole. King. Wrestling Days, love you, bud.
Your tribal chief, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support, David.
David Duffett. $2 Canadian. Orton versus all SmackDown GMs ever handicap match.
Orton versus all SmackDown GMs ever in a... Oh, that could be fun. Might suck for Paige, though.
Nita Nitro. This is horrific news, really sad. If it is the end, then KO's last opponent was Sammy in Canada, and that's poetic, Av.
That is poetic. Hopefully, it's surgery that you can come back from, if it is legit, of course. Opala. Let's see what Opala's saying.
Opilas Travels. I honestly don't think it's a serve now, but I do think we will have Randy vs. Nick at WrestleMania. They have been teasing Nick's in-ring return for a while now.
You think it will be Randy versus Nick? Right, here we go. We got Jacob coming out. We'll see what people think, if it's a swerve or not. We'll just see where the community is with that. Okay, we are underway, and Jacob going into the barricades. Jacob in the barricade. Oh, big chop coming in there by Braun. So winner is going to go to WrestleMania to take on LA Knights. Going back against the ropes. Collides into Braun. Don't know what Jacob was saying there, but Jacob going over to the corner is climbing up. He's got him going over into the corner. Braun Strowman into the corner. Super kick coming in there by Jacob. Jacob collides into Braun. Oh, boom! Big moonsault there by Jacob. Big moonsault. He's going up again. Boom! Connects. Big moonsault by Jacob. Braun Strowman still down. Ref counting away. Again, still counting. We're up to 7, 8. And there we got Braun going to the outsides. Managing to get to his feet. And we got up to 8 count on that one. Right, this match is a bathroom break, said Opala. Anna said, let's not get hopes up as... Oh, okay, let's just read that.
Anna E. Days. Let's not get hopes up as Alexa talks have been there for so long, and nothing has happened. For all we know, Meta-4 has a more probability of winning Gauntlet than Alexa, but I do like Alexa.
Okay, Strowman on the outside is looking to go underneath the ring. And he's grabbing a table. And crowd are cheering away as a table has been introduced. And he's looking to bring that into the ring. Big shot coming in there by Braun. So he's setting a table up here, Braun. We do have a table in the ring. Jacob back in the corner. Crowd obviously very appreciative of a table being introduced. Oh, super kick there by Jacob. Jacob going back to the corner, looking to charge in. Big boot there by Braun. Jacob goes down. Days, check the stream. You're behind. Oh, really? Says it's live. I've got table in the corner. I've got Jacob over. Jacob pulling that top rope down. Braun going to the outside. Jacob against the ropes. Suicide dive there. Braun Strowman goes over to the outsides. Penny said that's not behind. I wonder if it's out of sync with USA Network. Right now, Strowman trying to get back up to his feet. Ref counting away. Strowman just getting up to his feet. So Jacob colliding into Braun. Braun going over that commentary table. We've still got 40 minutes left of the show. So there's still plenty of time. I hope they give that final segment time, though. It feels like we should be getting a reveal of the favor. Here's Jacob charging over. Strowman with a chair. Strowman with a chair. Jacob down. Mate. Yeah, I mean, Jacob should get back up. Anything to the head. Jacob can survive. Is he going to survive this, though? Strowman! Oh! Into the timekeeper's area. Oh, my God. Bodies everywhere. What an impact, says Wade. Crowd are chanting, holy shiz. Yeah, Strowman getting smashed into, or Jacob getting smashed into by Strowman. Both going into that timekeeper's area. Both up on 9. Both up on 9. I think we might be going to commercial break. Yeah, boom. And we are. Boom. Right. CT Dingo. Let's see what CT Dingo's saying. Crowd of chanting, this is awesome.
CT Dingo. Hey, Days gutted about the KO news. I really don't think it's a swerve. Why would you build this for months? Just take KO out of the match. And leave Randy with no opponent 2 weeks before the show.
Good about KO news. Don't think it's a swerve. Why build this for months to just take him out and leave Randy with no opponent? Well, if it's a swerve, it'll be that Randy is talking next week about how gutted he is. He doesn't have a match at Mania, and then he'll be jumped by KO. So if it's a swerve, that's kind of how it would play out, something like that. But the thing is, I don't know that it is. We haven't seen Kevin having a match or doing anything since his match with Sammy. It could be that there was a concern about the neck, but not enough concern for them to stop the match with Sammy or not do the match with Sammy. And it might just be that he's finally got it checked out and it's like, you need surgery. Like, you got to get surgery. And that's it. I mean, it's hard to know what he's felt, how much concern he's had. I mean, the truth is, wrestlers wrestle with a lot of niggles, you know. Wrestlers never operate at 100%. They're always about 80%. So, I mean, it really, you know, if he's been having a bit of trouble with his neck, it might be that he's, you know, didn't want to not do the Sammy match. It might be that he didn't want to not do the Cody feud. But there comes a point where it's like, I got to get it checked. And if he gets it checked and flipping, it's like, no, this is serious, actually. You need surgery. Then, well, that's it, innit? So, I don't know. I mean, to me, the rumors were, the dirt sheets were saying that there was some concern that he could be out of WrestleMania. Now, whether they've just planted that seed and they're playing on it, I don't know. But there's nothing at the moment that says to me that this isn't true. I haven't read anything that they're doing a story or the way that segment was delivered or the way that he went off on that fan. It's all really, you know, well delivered if it is a work. Strowman with a chair shot there to Jacob. We are in the crowds. Another chair to the midsection and across the back. Strowman all over Jacob. Jacob pushing out at a fan. Jacob just seemed to like push a fan out the way a little bit. More chair shots. Well, that dude is cheering for Jacob. Jacob is down. We were at commercial break there. That dude is cheering for him, and he just sort of like pushed him back a little bit. Right now, Strowman with Jacob. Shot coming in. They're clearly building to a big spot. Couple of tables there. We did a spot like this not that long ago. Looks like he's going to look to put him through those tables. Wasn't that in this same feud? He's looking for a suplex! Oh, boom! Suplex! Through the tables! Look at the shocked reactions. Look at the shocked faces. So, they're both down. Ref counting away. Already up to 6. 7. Both guys starting to move. 8. 9. She's about to count 10. They're both up. They're both up. Look at that. Just seeing a replay. Oh, mate, it's such a good superplex. It's so good. Look at it. Oh. It's really, look at it. We got all the angles. There's blood. Blood on Strowman. Strowman's bleeding. Yeah, both are struggling, trying to get over. Strowman on his feet by the barricades. Hobbling, trying to get over, goes down to there. To his knees. Strowman looking underneath the ring. He is bleeding. He's trying to get in the ring.
We lost Travels. If it is a serve and we still get KO vs Randy, what happens with Nick after that RKO? What does Nick do to Randy next week?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he does anything, to be honest, because I think Nick would understand that he's frustrated. He might say, I've got to fine you. But I think Nick would understand. We're up to 7. Jacob just driving Braun through the table that was set up in the ring. It's over. Has Jacob won it? Jacob gets it just. I mean, Strowman was kind of on his feet but not standing. So Jacob just gets it. Jacob just gets it. Yeah, they really made that as close as it could be. Okay, let's end the poll about is it a swerve or not. Let's get the match. Look at that. That superplex was amazing. Bang. The right man won, said Justin. Yeah, I agree. LA Knight's US Championship is in serious danger. It's in serious danger. Okay, so Jacob. That was just too good, says Joe. Up next. Oh, we're just going to have a look at Cody Cena. Do you know what? I feel like we need a breather there. I feel like we need a bit of a break. Alex
Marcy. Bro, I'm so stupid my Smackdown was behind until just now. I was so confused. LFG Jacob.
Alex, shout out to you.
Elijah. Fatu, the newest champion type shape.
Braun was standing too. He was kind of standing, but not totally on his feet. I think it was enough for Jacob to get the victory, but it was so flipping close. So close.
Johnny. Member. Why are they not booking Fatu like an absolute beast? He got nerfed after Solo lost the Tribal Chief match.
Well, why are they not building Jacob like a beast? Well, I mean, I think it's hard because he's just gone one-on-one in a last man standing match with Braun, and he's just managed to get past Braun. And if you think about, how big Braun is, What a monster that is to try and take down. I don't mind that being a competitive match, to be honest with you. I don't mind it being a case where he has to struggle, he has to work, you know. I'm okay with that. I mean, he's going to go and face LA Knight. I think LA Knight's in trouble. I mean, it's not the Solo Jacob match we were expecting. So part of me is thinking, does Solo get involved? Does Solo cost Jacob? Do we actually see Jacob and Solo come into blows at WrestleMania? Perhaps LA Knight does survive, but it's only because Solo goofs. Food for thought. Dormouse! Thank you, my friends. Oh my god, people have been so supportive on this stream and on all the flipping streams. King Yeti firing in. I mean, King Yeti's fired in like loads of flipping memberships. Stuart Little firing in a membership. Jimmy J firing in gifted memberships. Dormouse just dropping a flipping nuclear bomb of memberships. So many people will have benefited from that. Mate, we do so much when it comes to like the championship game that all these extra people coming in, it'd be great if some of those could join us and play along in that game. I'd love to get a faction league. I'd love it where like different factions face each other each week and we have a league standing, you know? And like we could get like loads of factions going and really get some good stuff happening. So yeah, it's so exciting. Like, it's so exciting for the membership game, but also for the member streams, getting some different voices in there. Obviously, more people now are going to get the opportunity to nominate for the Hall of Fame. We're looking to start doing some Hall of Fame moments. So we're looking to start to bring that in. That's something that people have said they'd be on board with. So we could start to look at that next week as well. So, I mean, there's quite a bit that's going on there. So all these gifted memberships I know are going to be so appreciated by the community and really appreciated by me. So, Dormouse, thank you, my friend. King Yeti, thank you as well. Jimmy J, really appreciate it. Stuart Little as well. Everyone that's fired in those gifted memberships or super chats or any kind of support, it just keeps the lights on. So, really appreciate it, guys. Dormouse, a real one.
Your tribal chief. KO in pink jacket, he's got a lot left to tank.
Oh, you think it's a little nod towards the salmon jacket? That's a good point. Pink and salmon are very, very close. He's got a lot left in the tank. That's a good shout, that is, you know, tribal chief. I do like that. The greatest fake retirement ever was Mark Henry, and he wore a salmon jacket when he did it. Much improvement on SmackDown tonight, said Ian. We've had 2 banging matches so far. Halford, shout out to you. Let's see what Halford's saying.
Halford. New member. Yes, I received a gifted membership. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
There we go.
Coromega 85. New member. Sammy ended his career crazy. Randy can turn heel. Sammy can step in at WM to defend his friend Co.
Coromega 85. Shout out to you, my friends. Sammy ended his career.
Raven Mathers. You ain't getting my money, lol.
Raven, that's actually really offensive because that means that you're just not contributing. So time out. Time out for Raven, because that is a bad attitude. I'm slapping tariffs on everyone. That's what I'm doing now. You get a tariff, and you get a tariff, and you get a tariff. And if you're not paying the tariff, time out, baby. Enjoy your 24-hour timeout, Raven. Yeah? Enjoy it.
Henry Brown. Days do you remember when Randy gave the $100 but only need to pay $50, and Randy said that for next time to Nick.
That is true. That is true. I don't know if he didn't already deliver an RKO, though, to be honest. He might have he might have already used that up. Good, well
That's
remembered,
what she
though.
said. One time within storyline, Triple H fired Vince, and Vince was wearing a pink jacket.
There we go. Is there a pink jacket theme? The only downside is he has been wearing that Bret Hart jacket previous, so I mean it actually might not be connected.
Hannon, the timeout tribal chief, has returned.
Yes, we're back. We're back. Raven is going to learn a very harsh lesson. I hope you're enjoying obscurity with your bad attitudes. I'm just joking, by the way, guys. It's a bit that I'm doing.
I would but my own, but at 2.99, how much of that does Days get? YT keeps the $2 and gives Days the 99 cents.
I think it's 50%, to be honest. I think with all super chats and everything, it's like 50% YouTube gets. But I don't begrudge it, you know. I don't begrudge it, YouTube. Without them, we wouldn't have the platform. So it's I don't begrudge it. Taker 1990. Let's see what Taker 1990 is saying.
Taker 1990. It's a swerve. It's ironic that KO tried to apologize to Randy during the European tour, not wanting the punt kick. Right before Mania, KO is out. However, KO had no problem giving Randy a package pile driver.
Yeah. I mean, I personally don't think it's a swerve at the moment, but I can understand why you are thinking that it could be. I mean, I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm just saying I don't think it is at the moment.
Justin Holbrook. Days making the stream great again with tariffs.
Yeah, that is how we're going to make the stream great again. Ninja
Exog. Days has the best community. Sure might be some pervs there and there, but that's what makes this community different. Shout out to you, Days, and to the fellow friends who gifted memberships.
There are a lot of pervs. If there is anyone new, if anyone in the community like starts jumping in your DMs and, you know, asking for pictures and everything, I just want you to know that that's normal. Oh no, the gauntlet match doesn't have Alexa in it. No. Perhaps someone gets injured. Perhaps someone gets taken out backstage. Perhaps you get a bonus
Anna
team.
WWE. Days, has this show satisfied your tickle spot? All.
My tickle spot has been given a little bit of attention, yes. I wouldn't say that it's worked me into a frenzy, but I feel like it's been given some attention. Here's Paul Heyman, and he's still waiting for his man. Any minute. Any minute. Okay, well, we're going to commercial break. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. I don't think he's a swerve. He looked genuine upset, said Jamie. Henry said, this needs to hurry up. I need 40-something minutes for CM Punk's Everett. I know, yeah. Well, we got 20 at the moment. Mr. Cardinal says, can I have a membership? It's random, but I think I don't know how it works. Does anyone know how you actually randomly receive one? Like, it's YouTube that just randomly gives them out, isn't it? If someone gifts memberships, I was always under the impression you had to press a claim button or do something to randomly, to redeem it. First, I was always under that impression, but then people were like, no, YouTube does it randomly. And I was like, oh. I don't know if you have to turn a setting on or something. I've never been a member of any community. No one would ever take me. So I had to start my own. That's why this one is so flawed. But I don't know if you have to turn something on in the settings, if anyone knows. Dr. Luch Lala said it's just completely random. After you select accept gifts. Well, where's that? Where do you go to say I would like to accept gifts? Where do you do that? Because there might be a lot of people that don't have theirs switched on. They don't have it turned on. Oh, I tell you what, if Raven gets a free membership, I'll be livid. I'll be so angry. After the horrific comments that Raven made earlier. I'll be livid. Don't bother turning yours on, Raven. If you can hear me.
Jessica M.
In the void.
Punk keeps teasing us by mentioning AJ Lee.
Yeah, he does keep mentioning her. I don't know. It'd be great if she does kind of get involved. Who could come down? I mean, Becky could come down to help Seth. Not that she would, but she could. Who's going to come down to help Roman? Nia? I don't know. He hasn't really got a woman, has he? I mean, he's got a wife, but we don't know her. Yeah, I can't really see anything there. It would be great. God, he's so selfish, isn't he? Why didn't he marry a wrestler? Then we could have them all coming down, and that, of course, would lead to AJ Lee coming down. Why doesn't he marry Charlotte? She's single now. If he really cared about wrestling, he'd leave his wife, and he'd marry Charlotte Flair. What did Raven do? I don't want to go over it. I won't get over it. Just know she's in a better place now. Not heaven. She's not going to heaven. I don't mean that.
During 66. After you select to be allowed to be selected, YouTube will randomly select who gets it. That's why 101 non-members and 100 gifts go out. I don't get one.
After you select to be allowed to be selected. What the hell? I don't know what that means. Here we go. Guys, we don't need to know what it means, because the OTC is here. The original tribal chief. He just walks. Who are them boomers in that room? A couple of boomers in the room, just like... He just walks straight past Paul Heyman. Straight past him. Heyman is following behind. Roman, Seth, Punk. Big final 15 minutes. The tribal chief comes walking out. No waiting around or anything. Straight out of the car. Straight to the ring. Looking out at the crowd. He's got to know this is going to be a hostile crowd. He's got to know that this is going to be a hostile crowd. Roman Reigns getting into the ring. We're probably not blessed for time as well. OTC, 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 OTC. Yeah, look, straight in. I mean, God, from the moment he stepped out to the car to the moment that he's in the ring. Little to no gap there. Chicago! Chicago! Acknowledge me! Yeah, a couple of boomers too. I thought this would have been full on CM Punk. Nah, OTC chance. OTC chance.
During 66. After you select to be allowed to be selected, YouTube will randomly select who gets it.
I still don't understand that. Is he here? Yes. He is here. CM Punk chance. We've already seen him earlier. They want to see him again.
during 66. Means you have to choice to let people gift you memberships. Then YouTube randomly selects anyone other than Meow Meow.
Is he still talking about this favor? Yes, my tribal chief. I don't know how you deal with this guy, Chicago. Wise man. Shall I share a secret? Okay, Roman's going to share a secret. Yes, my tribal chief. CM Punk wouldn't be back here if it wasn't for me. Why? Why's that, Queen? CM Punk wouldn't be in the main event of WrestleMania if it wasn't for me. You're good people. You mean well, but you're not that smart. He's never been in that main event. Not until he was introduced to the tribal chief. Roman in the ring, looking out. OTC chants. OTC chants. I'm right here in the ring. I say we bring CM Punk out. Yeah, what is this favor? 12 minutes left to go. 12 minutes left to go. He said he wants Punk to come out. Let me know what this favor is. What's this favor? Eh? What is it, Punk? It's got a big segment feel, this one. Probably because it's a big segment. And it ain't Punk that's coming out. Paul Heyman shakes his head. Paul Heyman shakes his head. I quite like what Seth's wearing. I think that looks fine. I think it looks really good, actually. I'm not keen on his shoes. But, good promo from Roman. Felt like he put a lot of effort into that one, which is pretty hard to get out of him these days, said LS Dub. Right, Seth making his way down. No, Seth, please. He's just the third wheel, said Dr. Luchalala. Jessica's always so violent.
Jessica M. Throw hands.
There's no need to throw hands when we can just talk it through. Maybe we can find a middle ground. There's always so much violence in WWE. Crowd is singing away. Here's Dormouse, the legend, the living legend. The living legend.
Hey, all you boomers, pile drive that like. And if you are new to Wrestling Days' channel, please slam that subscribe to. Much love from your community.
Love you, Dormouse. Here's Seth.
Yamil PR. Should have known it was going to be Rollins first.
Seth freaking Rollins. I wouldn't miss this one for the world. What is this favor going to be? You don't like to live in the real world? Heist of the Century. Little mention for Heist of the Century. What's the favor is the chant. What's the favor? What's the favor? Seth doesn't know. Seth says, I'm wondering the same thing. You underestimate CM Punk. We've only got 8 minutes left. Let's get him out there. You could have stopped this at War Games. We're waiting on this favor. Crowd are chanting. CM Punk. CM Punk. Just get him out there. Come on, you boomers. Seth's involved in the favor, says Maggie. Would have preferred Seth and Becky versus Punk and AJ. That would have been sick, Leo. That would have been good. Seth almost looks normal when he's... But then he put those glasses on. I like that. I like his outfit, apart from the shoes. Don't like the shoes. Fred said Punk's favor is he wants Raven in his corner. Nah. He's not a heel. He's not a heel. He wouldn't do that. That's a Logan Paul move. I made a promise to the wise man, and I keep my words. Oh, they're doing that. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns. That's got over, I think, because of Heyman singing along in London. Roman. This crowd has been so inspired by Europe. Okay, there's only one thing missing. Let's get him out there. Let's get him out there. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. Roman Reigns. Okay, here he is. Philip Brooks is here, says Navaldo. An American crowd doing that is wild, said Alex. Guys, do you know what? They just did the Roman Reigns thing, but they couldn't do it as long as they wanted to because there was a 10% tariff applied to it because they got it from London. They got it from Europe. That meant they had to cut it short by 10%. Here's CM Punk. Right, what's this flipping favour? What is this favour? It really feels like we're about to find out what this thing is. We got 5 minutes to go. Everything has been building up to this. I don't know what it's going to be. I mean, I'm thinking it might be, Paul, I want you to walk me down to the ring. I'm thinking that, but I don't know how I feel about that. The favor. What's the favor? This is about friendship. It's about legacy. This is about loyalty, friendship, promises made, promises kept. They told you to fire me and you said no. It's going to be the walk into the ring. Me and you and Show and RVD. Don't leave, Paul. Without you, I'm nothing. When you main event WrestleMania, force them to deal with us. To deal with us. So the favor's going to be, I want Paul in my corner. Your wise man. My best friend. Paul Heyman. There's the favor. I want you to be in my corner at WrestleMania. So that's going to mean coming down to the ring with him and everything. It's going to be very interesting to see how people feel about that. I mean, I can't see Heyman turning on Roman. I can't see how this works the way that Punk thinks it might work. Yeah, Roman's laughing at it. I wonder if Roman's got the same thought that I've got. You do understand he loves me. He needs me. I saved him. No, he's already said he will. Yeah, he's already said that he'll do it, but let him down easy, but he ain't gonna let him down. I know that much. He ain't gonna let him down. He earlier in the show looked at the camera and said, yes, 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 whatever it is, yes. But he ain't gonna turn on Roman at WrestleMania, or maybe he will. But if he is really in this position, look, he's got tears in his eyes. Roman doesn't know, man. Are you crying? Yeah, he is crying. He is crying. You better wipe him up and tell him no. God, he's so good at this, isn't he, Paul? He's so good at this. He's so good. I took you in. I made you relevant. Tell him no. It's very interesting, the issues that this is creating between these two. That is very interesting. I'm going to give you one more opportunity. Tell him no. Well, he can't do that. No, my tribal chief, I can't do that. Yeah, he can't do that. Seth's loving it. Seth's loving it. I tell you what, Roman could make this situation a hell of a lot worse here. It was for you, my tribal chief. Ah. Well, there we go. He's going to be in his corner. And this has caused some big problems. Oh, GTS to Roman. Oh. I still feel like there's a bit of work to be done here, though, because Roman will be walking out with Punk and he'll be in his corner, but he's not going to be tripping him over. He's not going to be passing a chair to CM Punk. He's not going to do those things. I think we need to dig into this a little bit more, but that has added some spice to this. No doubt about that. That has added some spice. Let's see what people think. What's your reaction? The favor has been revealed. 48, 33, 16. Was Roman wiping away Paul's tears? Oh, I didn't see him wiping it away. Roman was about ready to lose his mind. Heyman is so good, said K-Dub. BBK said it's the worst favor in the history of favors. I mean, he could have asked for anything. He wants him in his corner. He's causing issues for his best friend. I mean, if I'm Paul Heyman, I'm not appreciative of the situation that you've just put me in there. Stupid, says Raven. Oh, Raven! Raven straight in with some negativity. That is so Raven. That is such a Raven move. Do you like the favor? That was intense, said K-Dub. It was intense. It was intense. Don't forget the bloodline put Paul Heyman through a table and no one was there to help him, says Leo. Yeah, I mean, could it actually turn out that he's worked with Punk on this? Could it be that this is something that he wants? That he's trying to get out of being the wise man now? And that this is how he's going about do it? That would be a fun swerve. Favor was definitely underwhelming, said Brony, but I am interested in the relationship between Roman and Paul. The bit I'm getting stuck on, and I know I've already said it, is that he comes down with him, he stands in his corner, but he doesn't have to do anything. I mean, if the favor is legit and he really isn't looking to turn on Roman, well, he can just walk down to the ring with CM Punk, stand in the corner, cheer on both guys. I mean, there's going to be moments where Punk's going to turn to him and say, get me a chair, isn't there? I mean, Paul is going to be put in difficult situations. I mean, the favor is that he's in his corner, so really the favor is he does what he can to help CM Punk. Maybe if Seth's in the ring, he'll do it, and maybe early in the match they'll do that.
if Punk wants him to grab a chair with Roman in the ring, I mean, I just don't know that Paul's going to be able to do that. I don't know. I sort of feel like there's something there, but if Punk wasn't involved, we know he would have done something to help Roman. Roman doesn't have. A little bit of a letdown, said Alan. Roman doesn't have anyone now to have his back, says Penny. For your thoughts. The favour should have been to bring back a legend like Omos. Yes. Everyone always turns on Roman. He's always been the face, said Wrestle with Andy. If Heyman helps Punk win against Seth, Heyman might not feel he betrayed Roman, but he would help cost the loss. It's a stupid favour, says Opala. Well, we've got the votes coming in. I don't see what the big deal is. Paul has acknowledged that CM Punk means a lot to him forever, and Roman knows that. If I was Roman, I'd be like, fine. If that's the favour, fine. Roman is kind of toxic. Paul is better off with Punk. Punk is more cute, said Grant. Yeah, it does come down to who's the cuter. Carla. Let's see what Carla's got to say.
Carla. I think CM Punk is playing mind games with Roman and Seth. But having Paul there when he wins will be like having a father figure see him win. I'm guessing.
I mean, I don't hate the favour. I just think there's a bit of work to be done with the favour, which is okay. The favour doesn't hit me and I don't go, oh my God, that's amazing. I don't have that reaction to it. But equally, I can see that there's something there that we can dig into.
Spartan Major 619. Rumor has it that Wyatt 6 have become full-time What Burger employees and will not be seen anytime soon. Free burgers for life.
Well, that's not a bad deal, actually, to be honest. Free burgers for life. There would be a bit of weighing up to be done, wouldn't there? Like, you know, do you go in the ring and take bumps? Or do you work at Whataburger and get free burgers for life? Spartan, I don't know. It's a tough choice.
Nico Capone. We need some Roman and Jey Uso promo, getting him hyped up for the Gunther match. Between that and what happened in the Big Jim main event, Jey Uso is definitely going to be in crash out mode.
Nico, shout out to you, my friends. Mackenzie, shout out to you, firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. Really appreciate it. BN Drake becoming a supporter. And Jeremy says Roman has finally lost everyone. Well, he could always go and get Jay. I mean, I don't think Jay and Jimmy are out of reach for him. I think they're all on good terms. You might be able to reach out and get Sammy, but yeah, they're not with him at the moment, are they?
Bronny FN. Days, do you agree that we sometimes makes Roman look really stupid? Unless he just didn't watch the beginning. But Heyman already said that whatever the favor is, he says yes.
Well, I think they did it quite well with having it so that you know that Roman turned up late. I mean, I don't think Roman was watching the show in the car. I think Roman was in the car on his way over, pulls up. We literally saw him get out the car, go to the ring. I don't think he saw the show, and I don't think he saw what Heyman said. I'd have to rewatch a bit of that promo because there was a bit in there where he laughed and he was like, is that it? This man loves me. Like the way that I thought Roman was going to go is he can be in your corner, but do you think he's going to do anything against me? The favor is you want him in your corner. Well, that's fine. What do you think he's going to do during the match to cost me the match? I don't think you've thought this through. Is what I was expecting the response to be. And when it kind of felt like we were going that way, I was like, oh, this is really good. I love the fact we're addressing the big kind of elephant in the room. But he didn't really, because he went on to say he's going to, he loves me. He's not going to accept. He's going to turn you down. And of course, we already knew that he couldn't, 'cause we'd seen earlier in the show him say whatever it is, yes. So I sort of feel like there was a road we could have gone down that I think would have been a bit more satisfying if we'd have answered it. We went down a different road, which was still fine, but we just knew where that road led. And it led where we knew it would lead. And Heyman said, I can't turn it down, was getting upset. Heyman doing amazing work as always. But yeah, you know, I mean, I think there's something there. I'm not madly in love with it. It's not something that's blown my mind. But I think it's fine. I just think there's a bit of work to be done. But yeah, it was okay. And actually, if we have a look and see how you lot reacted, you lot have said great 39%, good 28%, bad 16%, all time 15%. So honestly, I agree with that. We're talking sort of low-end great, low mid-end great. It's not all time. It's not bad. It's kind of low-end great, and I can kind of vibe with that. So I feel like a lot of us might be around the same sort of page on this one. Ninja said we're just going to have to wait and see at Mania if Paul stays with Punk. Roman hasn't been betrayed yet, but it'll be a shocker that he didn't listen to Roman. Raven said, I'm not a Roman fan either. I'm a Seth fan. But this wasn't it. Conrad said, exactly, Ninja. Punk Roman SummerSlam would be awesome, and the build-up will be great. It could get us to that, yes. The singles match down the road, it could. I think at WrestleMania, Heyman is going to cost Roman through Punk the match. Seth will take advantage and win, said Zen Zainab. Right, well, there we go. There are lots of videos to do. I want to do one on the favor. I want to do one on... I don't think I'll do one on Kevin. I'll probably just leave that for unseen. But I need to do review videos unseen. There's so much to do, so I am going to run away now. But a big thank you to everyone that joined us. I think this was a really good episode. I mean, we definitely got talking points. This was definitely better than what we had on the European tour. Maybe a step up from last week as well, actually. So, you know, yes, this very much fits WrestleMania season. So, good. I know there'll be some frustration, though, about Alexa and the Wyatts. And one thing we haven't really dug into is the fact that they did show the teams that were going to be involved in that gauntlet match, and Alexa was not part of that. So I don't know if there'll be a little change there, and I don't know if we're actually going to get a little tweak to that. But at the moment, it's, you know, we're off the European tour and still Alexa Wyatts haven't shown themselves. So I'm prepared for some frustration on that, but lots of other stuff for us to get our teeth into. So thanks for watching. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. I really do appreciate it. And, of course, we'll be back. Do you know, I don't know. I might even do a little random stream tomorrow, to be honest. I mean, I just can't find any massive stream to do. We could do UFC, but I just don't think it's that big of a show. There is a bit of boxing, but I don't think it's going to really grab people's attention in our community. We might do a little random stream where we just kind of talk about stuff for a few hours. And then, of course, we'll be back on Sunday with a stream for WrestleMania 6. So plenty of stuff coming up. So I'm going to run away and work on a few videos. Thank you for the support as always. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.